Gloves off. Gloves off. A Fighting to Love Hockey Romance. Arden Blackwell. Copyright 2026 Arden Blackwell. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who ever took off the armor not to fight, but to be seen. The most dangerous men on the ice learned the softest word in the bakery. A love worth fighting for. Contents. Prologue. Before the ice. Chapter 1. The croissant problem. Chapter 2. Sugar and scar tissue. Chapter 3. First words. Chapter 4. The new ice. Chapter 5. What soft looks like. Chapter 6. Corridor. Chapter 7. The blogger, the baker, and the enforcer. Chapter 8. Practice makes. Chapter 9. Cleo has no chill. Chapter 10. What he did. Chapter 11. The night the bakery broke. Chapter 12. Midpoint, 3 a.m. Chapter 13. Old ice. Chapter 14. The language of flour. Chapter 15. What he can't say. Chapter 16. Headlines. Chapter 17. The full story. Chapter 18. Plot point 2, all is lost. Chapter 19. Cold counter. Chapter 20. What Jonesy said. Chapter 21. On thin ice. Chapter 22. All the words. Chapter 23. Gloves off. Chapter 24. What the croissant was always about. Epilogue. 1 year later. Prologue. Before the ice. Bruno's POV. I've broken 3 fingers, a nose, mine, twice, and every promise I ever made to myself. But I never once threw a punch I didn't earn. Until the night I did. The penalty box smells like sweat and cold metal and the kind of quiet that has weight to it. I know this box. I've sat in it maybe 200 times in my career. Usually I come in hot, blood up, knuckles singing, the crowd still going. Usually I sit down and the noise wraps around me like a coat. Not tonight. Tonight the arena is doing something I've never heard it do before. Nothing. 9,000 people and not one sound. Just the hum of the ice machine somewhere underneath the floor and the ringing in my own ears and Marcus Webb still down on the ice across the rink, not moving, one arm bent wrong, 2 trainers kneeling over him while the referees stand back like they don't know what to do with their hands. I put him there. The guy beside me in the box, Morrison, our 4th liner, 2 minutes for roughing, leans over and says something. I don't hear it. I'm watching the trainers. I'm watching Webb's chest to see if it moves. It moves. I let out a breath I've been holding so long my ribs hurt. But the quiet in the arena doesn't break. That's the part I'll remember. They've seen fights before. They've seen men go down. They always make noise about it, gasps, groans, that sharp collective intake that sounds like one big lung. Tonight they just went still. Like the whole building looked at what I did and decided silence was the only honest response. Morrison says something again. This time I catch the end of it. Didn't mean to, man. It was a fight. I look at him. He stops talking. Here's what happened. Webb had been running at Kowalski all game. Little stuff, a knee here, a stick in the back there, the kind of thing that's designed to chip away. Kowalski is 21 and in his first full AHL season and Webb is 30 and has been doing this since before Kowalski was old enough to drive. It's not hockey. It's hunting. I stepped in. That's my job. Literally. The team pays me to step in so Kowalski doesn't have to. Webb and I dropped gloves. Standard. He landed too, I landed too, the refs were moving in. It was done. It was done. And then Webb said something. Not to me. He looked past my shoulder at Kowalski and he said it, and I won't repeat it here because some things don't deserve to be repeated, but it was the kind of thing that lights a match in your chest even when you're trying to bank the fire down. I threw one more punch. That's the one that kept him on the ice. That's the one that sent 9,000 people quiet. The refs pull me into the box and I sit down and I'm looking at my right hand and the thing I keep coming back to, the thing that will stay with me longer than any suspension, longer than the league inquiry, longer than the 3 weeks of Webb's concussion protocol, is that I wasn't angry when I threw it. I was calm. Completely, totally, perfectly calm. Like something in me measured the situation and made a decision, and the decision was, more. That's what scares me. Not that I lost control. That I didn't. The trainers get Webb onto a board. The crowd finds its voice again, finally, a low uncomfortable murmur that fills the arena like water filling a room. Someone in the stands throws something at the glass near my box. I don't look up. Morrison has gone quiet beside me. Good. My coach, Daniels, not Reyes, this is 3 years ago, different team, different city, is behind the bench with his arms crossed and his jaw set and he doesn't look at me once. That's its own kind of answer. I sit in the box and I do the math. Suspension, yes. How long depends on how Webb is when he gets up. Inquiry from the league, probably. Career damage, maybe. End of my contract here, almost certainly. But the thing I keep circling back to isn't any of that. It's Kowalski, standing at the blue line, watching the trainers work on Webb, and he's got this look on his face. Young. Scared. Like he's realizing for the first time that this sport will eat people if you let it. He stepped toward me once, earlier, when the fight started. Like he was going to jump in. I'd looked at him and said, "Stay out." He stayed out. I thought I was protecting him. Looking at his face now, I'm not sure what I did. 3 things happen before I leave that arena. 1. Webb gets up. Slowly. On his own. The crowd lets out a breath. I let out a breath. He won't look at the penalty box and I don't blame him. 2. Daniel sends one of the assistants over to tell me I'm done for the night. Not a surprise. The assistant, a young guy named Paolo who always looks nervous around me, stands outside the box and relays the message without making eye contact. Coach says you're done. Go to the room. He's already walking away before he finishes the sentence. 3. I'm walking through the tunnel, pads still on, skates still laced, and I pass the family waiting area and through the door I can see Webb's wife. She's standing, phone in her hand, and she's looking at nothing. Just staring at the wall. She doesn't know yet if he's okay. She's just standing there in that particular way women stand when they're holding everything together by sheer force of not moving. I stop. I don't go in. I don't say anything. There's nothing I could say. But I stand there for a moment and I look at her face and something in my chest makes a sound like ice cracking. I decide something in that hallway. Not out loud. Not even fully formed into words. Just a switch that flips and stays flipped. No more reasons to lose control. No people who look at me like that because of something I did. No one waiting by a door. No one on the other end of a phone call that starts with "We need to talk about last night." No soft things I can break by accident. Hockey is fine. Hockey has rules. The box, the penalty, the clock runs out. Clean edges. Everything else is too complicated. Too risky. Too much. I walk back to the locker room and I sit down in front of my stall and I untie my skates and somewhere down the tunnel I can hear the game starting up again. I don't go back out. That was Rochester. That was 3 years ago. I've kept that switch flipped since. Until Millhaven. Until the morning I walk into a bakery 2 blocks from the arena because Jonesy said the coffee was good, and the woman behind the counter looks up, and I forget, for about 4 seconds, every decision I've made in the last 3 years. But that comes later. Cut to, present day. The Storm are back in Millhaven for the new season. And somebody has left a box of pastries in the locker room. No name on the box. No note. Just the smell of cardamom and warm sugar in a room that usually smells like nothing good. Nobody admits to knowing where it came from. I eat one of the croissants before anyone else gets to them. I don't know why I do that. I don't even like croissants. Chapter 1. The Croissant Problem. Pearl's POV. The thing about hockey players is they always order black coffee, eat the muffin in 2 bites, and leave. This one just stands there. I notice him before the line does. Hard not to. The man fills the doorway the way a piece of furniture fills a room, suddenly, completely, like he was always supposed to be there and the space just had to adjust around him. The morning light from the street goes flat behind his shoulders. The couple ahead of him take one look and step slightly to the side without being asked. I keep steaming the milk. I don't stop. I have 6 orders on the board, a full house, and Demi called in sick this morning, so it's just me and Marcus back in the kitchen, and I do not have time to stand here watching a large man read a chalkboard menu like it's written in a language he's still learning. Except I am standing here watching him. He's been there for like 2 minutes, Marcus says through the pass-through window. He's not wrong. The line behind the man now has 4 people in it. A woman in a yellow coat is doing that specific kind of quiet impatience where she checks her phone every 15 seconds and sighs without sighing. The man doesn't notice. Or he notices and doesn't care. I can't tell which. He's wearing a storm jacket, dark blue, white lettering across the back. I've been seeing those jackets all week. Training camp started Monday and the team has been bleeding into the neighborhood since, filling the coffee shops and the sandwich place on Carver Street and now, apparently, my bakery. The storm posters went up in every window on this block in August. I stuck mine in the bottom left corner of the front glass because the marketing coordinator who dropped them off was very enthusiastic and I didn't have the heart to say no, and because the man on the poster, arms crossed, jaw set, looking at the camera like it personally offended him, looked exactly like the kind of person who would not want to be taped to a bakery window, and I felt a small, private solidarity with that. I look at the men in my doorway. I look at the poster. I look at the men again. Oh. Bruno Callahan. Number 18. The one the morning radio hosts call the Storm's most effective deterrent since the installation of the penalty box. The one Demi described last week as looking like someone built him specifically to end conversations. She was not wrong about that either. Next, I say. He looks at me. His eyes are dark and steady and he takes one step forward to the counter the way a person steps onto ice they're not sure will hold. What can I get you? He looks back up at the board. Looks at the display case. His eyes go to the croissants on the left side, the ones I made at 5 this morning with actual butter, laminated properly, the ones that take 3 days of prep and that I charge $4.50 for because I refuse to apologize for real pastry. His eyes sit there for a moment. Then he points at the blueberry scones. Scone, he says. His voice is low and flat and comes from somewhere around his chest. It is not an unpleasant voice. It is a voice that has clearly decided words are something to be rationed. Size? I ask. He blinks. We have regular and large, I say. Regular. Coffee. Black. I write it on the cup. He pays in exact change. He finds the exact change without looking at his wallet, which means he counted it out before he got to the counter. I don't know what to do with that detail. I put it in a corner of my mind and leave it there. Name. Another pause. Brief. Like I asked something harder than I meant to. Bruno. I write it on the cup. He moves to the end of the bar and stands with his back to the wall the way people do when they're used to keeping the room in front of them. I pull the next order. I do not watch him. I watch him. He picks up the scone when Marcus calls his name. He doesn't say thank you. He doesn't say anything. He looks at the pastry case one more time on his way out, just a glance, quick, like he didn't mean to, and then he's gone and the light comes back through the doorway and the woman in the yellow coat reaches the counter looking mildly victorious. I wipe down the steam wand. I realize I've been holding my breath for approximately the last 90 seconds. Huh, Marcus says through the window. Don't, I say. I didn't say anything. Don't say it tomorrow either. He comes back the next morning. 7:14 a.m. I'm pulling the first trays out when the bell above the door goes and I look up and there he is again, same jacket, same stillness. The morning crowd is lighter at this hour, 2 regulars at the window table, a man on his laptop by the wall, Mrs. Adichie waiting for her usual order. He goes to the back of the line, 1 person ahead of him, so it barely qualifies as a line, and he reads the board again. The whole board. Top to bottom. Like it might have changed overnight. It hasn't changed in 8 months. I finish pulling the tray. I slide the croissants into the case. I watch him from the corner of my eye watch the croissants go in. He steps up to the counter. Morning, I say. He nods. Same as yesterday. Something moves across his face. Not quite discomfort. More like a man who just realized someone was paying attention and isn't sure how he feels about that. Yeah, he says. I write Bruno on the cup before he tells me his name. I see him notice. He doesn't say anything about it. He pays. Exact change again. He stands at the end of the bar. He gets his scone and his coffee and he sits at the corner table, the one against the back wall, facing the door, and he opens the sports section of the paper. He does not look up for the next 40 minutes. He does not look up when the door opens and closes 12 times. He does not look up when 2 of the other Storm players come in at 8, loud and easy with each other, and one of them spots him and says, "Callahan, what are you doing here?" And he says, without raising his eyes from the paper, "Reading." The other player looks at me. I shrug. He buys a muffin and leaves. At 8:43, Bruno Callahan folds his paper, stands up, carries his cup and his plate to the counter without being asked, nods at me once, not quite a thank you, not quite anything, just an acknowledgement that I exist and that this specific exchange is now concluded, and walks out. I bust the table. The scone is mostly eaten. But I notice something else. His coffee cup is on the counter but his receipt is still at the table, folded in half. I open it without thinking much about it. He left a $12 tip on a $6 order. I fold it back up. I stand there for a second. Mrs. Adichie is watching me from the window table with the expression she usually saves for when her grandchildren do something she finds amusing. She is 71 years old and has been coming here since the day I opened and she has never once minded her own business. He's coming back tomorrow, she says. He's a regular customer, I say. We like regular customers. And then, she sips her tea. You wiped that same spot on the counter 3 times while he was ordering. I look down at my hand. The cloth is still in it. The counter was dirty, I say. She smiles into her cup and says nothing else. He comes back the next morning. And the morning after that. Day 4, day 5, day 6. Same time. Same table. Same scone he doesn't love as much as he thinks he's hiding. And every single morning, without fail, his eyes go to the croissants the moment I slide the new tray into the case. He never orders one. I start putting the tray on the left side of the display. The side that faces the corner table. I tell myself it's better for the light. Chapter 2. Sugar and Scar Tissue. Bruno's POV. I don't know why I keep coming back. That's a lie. The place smells like something from before everything went sideways. Warm and sweet and like someone is doing something careful in the back room. I don't have an exact word for it. I don't try to find one. I just know that I walked past the door on day 1 because Jonesy said the coffee was good, and I walked in, and something in my chest did a thing it hasn't done in a long time. Like a muscle that forgot it existed. I don't examine it. I just come back. It's fine. It's coffee. People go places for coffee. Day 7. I have the corner table and the sports section and my scone and I'm doing what I always do, which is keeping my eyes on the paper while actually watching the room. Old habit. You spend enough years as the guy whose job it is to read where the hit is coming from, you start doing it everywhere. Grocery stores. Parking lots. Small bakeries with yellow walls and a chalkboard menu and a woman behind the counter who tucks her pen behind her right ear every single time without noticing she does it. I notice she does it. That's not relevant information. I file it anyway. Her name is Pearl. I know this because the other woman who sometimes works the morning shift, younger, louder, the kind of person who makes eye contact like a challenge, called it across the kitchen twice. I know the bakery is called Sugarcoat and that she owns it because there's a framed article on the wall near the bathroom. Local baker turns passion into profit. Pearl Okafor, 25, opens Millhaven's newest artisan bakery. The photo is 2 years old and she looks the same except her hair is different and she's grinning at the camera with the specific energy of someone who has not yet learned that owning a business will take 10 years off your life. She doesn't grin at the camera much now. She smiles, but it's a working smile. Efficient. Like she decided a long time ago that warmth was something she could give to everyone else as long as she kept a certain amount of it in reserve. I understand that math. I do the same math. There's a kid at the counter, maybe 8 years old, red backpack, there with his grandmother. He's trying to decide between the chocolate muffin and the cinnamon roll and he's doing it with the full seriousness of a general planning a war campaign. Pearl leans on the counter and says, "You know what, I think the cinnamon roll is winning today. But the muffin would also like to be chosen. So maybe we let the muffin come home for later." The kid's face opens up like she said the right password. "That's not a real rule," he says. "No," she says. "But it's a pretty good idea." He gets both. The grandmother pays, smiling. Pearl gives the kid a small paper bag for the muffin and he holds it like it matters. I read the same 3 paragraphs of the sports section for the second time. An old man comes in at 8:15. He's been in before, I've seen him twice this week, always sits by the window, always has the same order. Today he gets to the counter and goes through his pockets with the slow patience of someone who already knows what he's going to find and is just making peace with it. He comes up short. $1 something short, from what I can hear. He starts to put things back. Pearl has already written the order on the cup. "It's on me today, Mr. Ferreira," she says. He looks up. "Pearl. The machine's been running hot all week. I think it over-extracted your last 2. So we owe you 1. The machine is not running hot. I watched her pull 3 perfect shots this morning. She does this every time, the small cover story, the reason that makes it easier to receive. She could just say it's on me but she gives him something to hold onto instead. He takes his coffee. He pats the counter once, like he's patting a hand. She watches him go to his table and her face does a thing, just for a second, soft and tired and real, before she turns back and calls next and the working smile comes back on like a light. I look at the 3 paragraphs I've read 4 times now. I already know I'm coming back tomorrow. Practice runs long. Hartley is still not reading the defensive zone right and Reyes keeps running the same drill until the ice is torn up and everyone's legs are gone. I don't mind drills. Drills have a shape. You know what they're asking of you. The scrimmage at the end is rougher than it needs to be. Voss, new guy, been here 3 days, takes a run at Kowalski in the corner that is technically legal and spiritually dirty. I file that away. Not the moment to do anything about it. But I file it. Showers. Jonesy falls into step beside me on the way out, which means he's been waiting to say something. "Good practice," he says. "Sure. You've got powdered sugar on your jacket." I look down. Left shoulder. White dusting against the dark fabric. Jonasy's grin is the size of something that deserves to be illegal. "It's from the locker room," I say. "Someone keeps bringing those pastry boxes." "The mystery pastry box." He nods seriously. "Which has appeared 3 times now and which everyone claims to know nothing about. Very suspicious." "Drop it, Jonesy." "I'm just saying. Powdered sugar on your jacket. Corner table at Sugarcoat every morning for a week. Amen changes. Amen got coffee. Every day. The coffee is good. Bruno." He stops walking. I stop because it's either that or leave him talking to himself, which he would absolutely do. "I've roomed with you for 2 seasons. I have seen you eat the same 4 foods in rotation for 8 months without complaint. You don't go somewhere because it's good. You go somewhere because it's," he pauses. "Searching. Necessary." I look at him for a moment. "You should have been a poet," I say. "I know," he says, completely serious. It's a real loss for literature. But about the bakery. Coach wants us in by 8 tomorrow. Bruno. I'm already walking. Reyes finds me before I get to the parking lot. Callahan. He doesn't do the name thing casually. When Reyes uses your full last name, it means you're about to hear something he rehearsed. You got a minute? We stand in the corridor outside the equipment room. The kind of place where conversations happen when they don't need an audience. I'm going to be straight with you, he says. Management is scouting another forward. Enforcer type. I wait. It's not a done deal. Nothing's a done deal. But I want you to know before you hear it somewhere else. Who? He looks at me steady. Derek Voss. I keep my face where it is. I'm good at that. Voss. Who took a run at Kowalski today. Who I've been watching for 3 days with the specific attention I reserve for things I haven't figured out yet. Who, now that I'm putting pieces together, was in Rochester 3 years ago. Different team. Same rink. He's been pushing to come here? I ask. His agent reached out, Reyes says. Look, your spot isn't gone. But I need you sharp this season. No distractions. On or off the ice. I nod. You good, he asks. Yeah. He holds the look for a beat longer than a man does when he believes the answer. Then he nods once and walks back toward the rink. I stand in the corridor and I think about Voss on the ice today, and I think about Rochester, and I think about the switch I flipped 3 years ago and have kept flipped every day since. Then, and I'm aware this makes no sense, I think about powdered sugar. About a corner table and a sports section and the smell of something warm. I think it very clearly, and I mean it completely. I go home. I set my alarm for 6:15. Chapter 3. First words. Pearl's POV. I have started calling him the scone ghost. Not out loud. Not where anyone can hear me. Just in my head, where I keep the running commentary that would get me in trouble if it ever found its way out. He appears at 7:15, he orders the same thing, he sits at the same table, and by the time the morning rush thins out and I look up, he's gone. No fuss. No goodbye. Just a folded newspaper and a clean table and $12 on a $6 order. 9 mornings in a row. I tell myself I've stopped noticing. I am an excellent liar when the audience is only me. Cleo arrives on a Tuesday. My sister does not arrive quietly. She arrives with 2 suitcases, a tote bag that says unbothered in large letters, and opinions she has clearly been saving up since the last time she saw me, which was 4 months ago at Mama's birthday. She drops everything in my upstairs hallway, walks straight into the bakery, pours herself a coffee without asking, leans across the counter, and says, "Tell me about the hockey player." I look up from the laminating dough. What hockey player? The one Mrs. Adichie texted me about. I am going to have a conversation with Mrs. Adichie about the concept of privacy. He's a regular customer, I say. We have several. She said he sits in the corner for an hour every morning and reads the same newspaper without turning a page. People read slowly. Pearl. Cleo. She pulls out her phone with the energy of someone who has been waiting to do this since she got on the train. 12 seconds of scrolling. Then she turns the screen around and says, at a volume I would describe as unnecessary, "Pearl. That's Bruno Callahan. He fought a man so hard the man retired." I look at the photo. It's from a game, he's mid-fight, one hand gripping a jersey, the other pulled back, face completely composed. Not angry. Not wild. Just settled into it, like a man doing something he's done 1,000 times and expects to do 1,000 more. I go back to my dough. He orders a scone, I say. He sits in the corner. He leaves. That's all. Cleo puts her phone down and looks at me with the specific patience of someone who has known me for 24 years and learned exactly how long to wait. You put flour on your face when you're flustered, she says. I touch my cheek. There is, in fact, flour on my cheek. I wipe it off. I'm busy, I say. And then she finishes her coffee. I'm going to unpack. But this isn't over. It never is with you. She grins on her way out, which is worse than anything she could have said. Day 9 is a Wednesday. Early close, I have a supplier call at 2 and the afternoon girl is at a dental appointment, so I'm pulling the last tables at 1:30, flipping the sign, doing the quiet end-of-day things that I actually love most. The counting and the wiping and the moment when the hum of the coffee machine stops and the room goes still and it's just mine again. Except the corner table is still occupied. I forgot he was there. That's the honest truth. He's been so quiet for the last hour, game film on his phone, headphones in, the cold coffee untouched, that he just became part of the room. Like the clock on the wall or the stack of napkin holders. Furniture. Very large, very still furniture. I stand there with a cloth in my hand and I think about asking him to leave. The professional thing. The easy thing. I have a call in 20 minutes and a stack of invoices and a very sensible list of things to do that does not include standing here deciding whether to disturb a man who looks like he could bench press the prep counter. Then I look at the pastry case. The croissants are still there. Left side. Facing the corner table. I made them at 5 this morning. That means they've been there for almost 9 hours and they're still good. I laminated them right, they'll hold, but they're past their best and I'll end up pulling them anyway when I close and that would be a waste of 3 days of prep work and real butter and I am very practical about food waste. I have always been practical about food waste. This is a completely practical decision. I take one out of the case. I carry it to the corner table. He doesn't look up until I set it down in front of him. Then he does. He pulls one headphone out and looks at the plate and then at me with an expression I can't read. Not annoyed. Not grateful. Somewhere in between that doesn't have a clean name. You look at that every day, I say. So. The pause that follows is long enough that I almost reach for the plate. Almost pick it back up and say never mind and walk back behind the counter and pretend this was never something I did. Then he says, thanks. Low. Careful. Like the word took some effort to get out but he meant it once he did. His voice is different from what I expected. I don't know what I expected. Something harder, maybe, to match the size of him. But it's low and a little rough and there is something in it that sounds, if I'm being honest, like a person who doesn't get thanked much and isn't sure what to do when they're on the other end of it. You're welcome, I say. I walk back to the counter. My hands are shaking. A small shake, barely there, but I feel it in the cloth when I start wiping the counter and the cloth moves differently than it should. Caffeine, I tell myself. I've had 3 coffees today and I didn't eat lunch and I am vibrating on an empty stomach, that's all. That's the full and complete explanation for why my hands aren't steady. The bell above the door goes a few minutes later. I don't look up. When I bust the corner table, the plate is empty. The croissant is gone. The tip is $15. There's a small fold in the napkin, the kind a person makes when they have nothing else to do with their hands, sitting very still at a table for a long time. I flatten it out. I don't know why. I call Mama at 6 while Cleo is making jollof rice upstairs. Mama is sharp today. Good days come and go since the stroke last year and today is a good one, her voice warm and full of the specific directness she has always had, the kind that skips the polite middle part and goes straight to what she actually wants to say. How's the bakery? She asks. Good. Steady. The catering order for the Hartwell wedding came through. Good. You're eating. Mama. Pearl. Yes. I'm eating. And sleeping. Mostly. She makes the sound she makes when mostly is not the right answer but she's decided not to press it. Then, Cleo says there's a young man. I close my eyes for 2 seconds. Cleo has a large mouth. She says he's very big. He's a customer. He comes in for coffee. Every day. Mama. I'm just asking. Every day is a commitment for coffee. It's a good location. We're close to the arena. The same as Mrs. Adichie. There must be a class they take, older women, teaching them exactly how much to put into a single syllable. You'll tell me when there's something to tell. There's nothing to tell. You'll tell me anyway, she says pleasantly, and moves on to asking about the laminating butter I ordered from the new supplier, which is the kind of pivot only Mama can make and have it feel completely natural. I love her with my whole heart. She is also deeply inconvenient. After the call I sit down at the desk in the back to catch up on the invoices and I open the bakery's social media to check on the story I posted this morning, a reel of the croissant process, lamination start to finish, which usually gets good numbers. The numbers are not good. There's a post. A blog review. I find it through the 3 notifications that all came in within the same hour, tagged to Sugarcoat's page. The Crumb Chronicles, some food blog I've never heard of, and the post is long and detailed and has a header photo and a star rating of 2 out of 5. I read the whole thing. Twice. Overpriced and underwhelming. The kind of place that thinks artisan means expensive. Croissants that promise much and deliver little. Service that's fine if you don't mind waiting while the owner chats with the customer she already knows. Millhaven deserves better. 412 likes. 67 comments, most of them agreeing because people always agree with criticism faster than they agree with praise. It's the easiest opinion to have. I sit with the screen in my hands and I feel it go through me in stages, the sharp hot first stage that wants to respond immediately and say everything I'm thinking, followed by the cold second stage that starts doing the actual math. The catering coordinator for the Hartwell event follows this blog. So does the woman I've been trying to get a meeting with about the corporate breakfast contract. So do approximately 800 other people in this city who make decisions about where to spend money. 412 likes. 67 comments. 1 post. I put the phone face down on the desk. I sit very still for a moment. I do not cry. I'm not going to cry about a blog post in my own bakery at 6:30 in the evening. I built this place from nothing on a shoestring budget and 3 years of 6 a.m. mornings, and I have never once cried about a setback in this room. My eyes are burning a little. That's the lighting. I need to replace the bulb over the desk. I've been meaning to do it for weeks. I pick the phone back up. I start drafting a response. I delete it. I draft another one. I delete that too. The sound of Cleo's music comes through the ceiling from upstairs. Afrobeats, loud, the way she plays everything. Under it, the quiet sound of Mama's TV. I look at the 2-star review. I look at the photo of my croissants at the top of this stranger's blog post, the photo she took without asking, badly lit, from an angle that makes them look dense when they are absolutely not dense, and something in my chest pulls tight and stays there. I need a strategy. I need a response plan and a budget for a promotion I can't entirely afford, and I need to not look at the comments section again because nothing good has ever happened to a person in a comments section. I close the app. I go upstairs. I eat Cleo's jollof rice and I don't tell her about the review because she will immediately want to fight someone on the internet and I am too tired for the particular chaos that would follow. But I lie awake until past midnight, staring at the ceiling, running numbers that keep coming out wrong. Chapter 4. The New Ice. Bruno's POV. I know Derek Voss before he walks through the locker room door. I know him the way you know a storm before it arrives, not because you can see it yet, but because the air changes. Something in the pressure shifts. Things that were settled go slightly wrong. He comes in on a Thursday morning. New gear bag, clean stick tape, the comfortable smile of a man who has already decided how this goes. Reyes introduces him to the room. Standard stuff. Voss shakes hands with everyone, says the right things, excited to be here, great group, looking forward to contributing, and works his way around the room with the easy confidence of a guy who has done this before, who knows that first impressions in a locker room are currency. He gets to me. His hand goes out. His smile stays exactly where it is. His eyes are different. I've seen that look before. The look that says I know something about you and the something is not good, and he has decided, already, that knowing it is useful. Callahan, he says. Voss. I shake his hand. 1 pump. I let go first. Rochester, right, he says. Casual. Like a question. Like he doesn't already know the answer. Long time ago, I say. Sure. He moves on. Shakes Jonasy's hand, laughs at whatever Jonesy says, fits himself into the room like he was always supposed to be there. I sit down in front of my stall and I stare at the floor for a moment, and I do the thing I've gotten good at over the past 3 years, which is taking a feeling that wants to be large and loud and making it very small and very quiet and putting it somewhere it can't get out. Rochester. 3 years ago. The fight that went long. The inquiry. Webb's wife at the door. Voss was there. Different team, same building. He was in the tunnel when they brought Webb out. He saw everything. I lace up my skates. I focus on practice. Practice is clean until it isn't. Voss takes another run at Kowalski in the second half, same corner, same angle as before, technically inside the rules, spiritually dirty, and this time Kowalski comes up slower, shaking his wrist out. Reyes blows the whistle and checks on Kowalski and gives Voss a look that lands somewhere between I see you and not yet. Voss catches my eye across the ice. Holds it for a second. Then skates off. I stand at the blue line and I breathe through my nose and I remind myself of everything I decided in that tunnel in Rochester. Jonesy skates up beside me. He doesn't say anything. He just stands there, which is the most useful thing Jonesy has ever done. I'm fine, I say. I know, he says. I didn't ask. We finish practice. The next morning I don't decide to go to Sugarcoat. I just end up there. There's a difference, in my head, between making a decision and finding yourself somewhere you were going to go anyway. Whether that difference is real or not I haven't examined closely. I push the door open at 7:15 and the smell hits me the way it always does, warm, sweet, careful, and I'm already halfway to the counter before I register that something is wrong. Pearl is behind the counter. She's looking at her phone. Her eyes are red at the edges. Not crying, she's past the crying part, I think, or she's choosing not to, but the aftermath is there. The tight jaw. The way she's holding herself very still and upright like she made a decision about posture to make up for something else she can't control. She looks up when she hears the door. Her face does the thing people do when they're caught, the quick reset, the professional smile coming up fast. She wipes under one eye with the back of her hand. A small, quick movement she probably thinks I didn't catch. Morning, she says. Usual. I'm at the counter. Close enough that the reset doesn't fully work from here. I can see what's underneath it. Don't, I say. She blinks. Don't what? Don't apologize for it. The words come out before I've thought them through. I'm not a person who says things before he thinks them through. But she's straightening her shoulders and arranging her face and getting ready to perform fine and I can't watch that happen and say nothing. I don't know why, but I can't. She looks at me. Not the working smile. Just her face. I wasn't going to, she says. Quiet. Okay. We stand there. The espresso machine hums. Someone outside is unloading a delivery truck, the metal clang of it muffled through the glass. Pearl sets her phone face down on the counter and she doesn't explain and I don't ask and the not asking feels like the right call. She makes my coffee without being asked. She puts a scone in the bag. Standard. Then she pauses, and she adds something. I see her hand go to the left side of the case before she closes it. She slides the bag across the counter. There's a croissant in it. She's not looking at me when she does it. She's already turning toward the espresso machine. I pay. She tells me the total without looking at the register, which means she already knew it. I push the bills across. I say keep the change before I've thought about whether that makes any sense, and then I'm looking at the pastry case, the left side, the side that faces my table, and I'm doing something that makes even less sense. I'll take those as well, I say. She turns around. Looks at the case. Looks at me. All of them. Yeah. She looks at the case again. There are maybe 11, 12 pastries on the left side. Croissants, a couple of pain au chocolate, 2 almond things I don't know the name of. That's, she starts. Stops. Something moves across her face. Okay. She boxes them up without asking why. She is good at that, not asking things she doesn't need the answer to yet. She reads the total off the register. I push the money across. I say keep the change again. I pick up the box. I leave. I put the box in my truck. I sit in the driver's seat for a minute. I don't have 11 people to give pastries to. I'm going to end up leaving them in the locker room again and Jonesy is going to have something to say about it and I already know what he's going to say and I don't have a good answer. I start the truck. The thing on her phone. The red at the edge of her eyes. The way she was holding herself so straight, like if she stood up tall enough she could make whatever it was smaller. I don't know what the thing on the phone was. It doesn't matter. She was having a bad morning and there was nothing I could do about the bad morning, so I did the only thing I had. I cleared the left side of the display case and now she has $127 and 11 fewer things to sell today, and that probably doesn't fix anything, but she isn't standing in an empty bakery and I can't explain the logic beyond that. I drive to practice. Voss is already on the ice when I get there. He's working the corners with Hartley, clean and efficient, the kind of skating that makes coaches write things down in notebooks. He's good. That's the honest truth and I'm not going to lie to myself about it. He's younger than me by 2 years and faster by half a step, and if the front office is choosing between good now and good for longer, the math is not complicated. Reyes blows the opening whistle. I skate. I do not think about the bakery. I do not think about red-edged eyes or a pastry case with nothing on the left side. I think about ice and angles and where the hit is coming from. But at some point in the second drill, I realize I'm skating better than I have in weeks. Something in my body has come loose. Like a muscle that's been braced for impact for so long it forgot what it felt like not to be. I don't examine that either. I just skate. Chapter 5. What soft looks like. Pearl's POV. Cleo finds out about the croissants on a Saturday. I don't tell her. She finds the receipt in the side pocket of my apron when she's doing laundry. She does laundry without being asked, which is the thing I love most about having her here and also the reason I can never hide anything, and she comes downstairs holding it between 2 fingers like evidence. $127, she says. He bought a lot of pastries. Pearl. Why did he buy a lot of pastries? Because he wanted them. For what? Does he live with 11 people? I didn't ask. Cleo puts the receipt on the counter. She looks at it. She looks at me. She does the thing where she breathes in very slowly through her nose, which means she is choosing between 5 things she could say and trying to find the one that won't start an argument. You move the croissants again, she says finally. The light is better on that side. You move them to the right side of the case. The side that faces his table. The light. Pearl. There is one window in this bakery. It faces the street. Neither side of that display case gets noticeably different light. I wipe the counter. The catering inquiry came back positive, I say. The Hartwell coordinator said the blog review hasn't changed anything for them. So that's good. Cleo looks at me for a long moment. Then she picks up the receipt, folds it neatly, and puts it in my apron pocket. I bought us tickets, she says. To what? The Storm home opener. Tonight. I put the cloth down. Cleo. Mama said you've been skipping Sunday calls. I have not been. I'm telling her you've been skipping them. That is blackmail. I prefer leverage. She grins. 7 o'clock. I bought good seats. We're the burgundy top, it looks nice on you. I don't know anything about hockey. Neither do I. We'll figure it out. She's already heading upstairs. Burgundy top, Pearl. I mean it. The arena smells like cold air and popcorn and 10,000 people who are very sure about something. I am not sure about anything. I have a program I picked up at the door and I've been reading it since we sat down trying to understand the basic geography of the sport. Cleo is unbothered. She has already made friends with the couple beside us and learned their names and accepted a handful of their nachos and identified 3 players she considers attractive. It has been 11 minutes since we sat down. Okay, she says, leaning over to me. The puck goes in that net. I know that part. That's all I've got, honestly. The teams come out and the arena does something to the air, the crowd lifts all at once, that collective sound that's less about sound and more about pressure. Cleo grabs my arm because she's excited and I let her because the noise is a little overwhelming and having something to hold onto is sensible. I watch the warm-up. I look for number 18. I find him at the far end of the ice. He's doing the same thing he does at the bakery, moving through the space like he's reading it, like he already knows where everything is and is just confirming it. He shoots twice. Both go in. He doesn't react either time. Which one is yours? Cleo asks. He's not mine. 18. Far end. She finds him. Squints. Oh, he's large. Yes. Like, disproportionately. Cleo. I'm just noting it factually. She watches him for a moment. He skates like he's angry at the ice. He doesn't, actually. I realize I've been watching him long enough to have an opinion about this. He skates like the ice isn't going to do anything he doesn't already expect. Cleo turns to look at me with her eyebrows doing something significant. I'm just describing what I see, I say. I hate that sound. I have always hated that sound. It runs in the family. The first period confuses me. There are rules I don't understand and calls I can't follow, and at one point everyone around us stands up for something I completely miss because I was reading the program. Cleo stands up anyway, cheerfully, and sits back down. What happened? I ask. No idea. Seemed important though. The Storm score in the last 4 minutes of the first and the arena gets loud in a specific way, not just volume, but heat, like the temperature actually goes up. Cleo spills some of her drink. The man to our left is on his feet with his arms out. I find myself standing too, and I'm not entirely sure when I decided to do that. Bruno is not on the ice for the goal. I notice this the way I notice most things about him, sideways, without meaning to. The second period starts and the game gets rougher. I can feel it before I can explain it. Something in the pace changes, harder and less patient, like both teams have decided to stop being careful about something. Cleo is fully invested now, having absorbed the basic rules from the couple beside us, and she's yelling things with confidence that I suspect she doesn't fully understand. Bruno comes on. He moves differently than everyone else. I knew this would be true before I saw it, and it's still true in a way that's hard to explain. It's not speed. It's not size, though the size is there. It's that everyone else on the ice is reacting to what's happening and he's reacting to what's about to happen. Half a second ahead. Like he read the play before it ran. A Storm player, Young, the one the program lists as Kowalski, gets hit hard into the boards. Legal hit, technically, but the other player holds him there a second too long after the puck has gone, grinding him into the glass with a shoulder, and the crowd makes a low sound of disapproval. Bruno is there in 4 strides. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't shove. He just arrives. He's between Kowalski and the other player before anyone has fully registered he's moving, and the other player takes one look and makes a decision about where he'd rather be, which is anywhere else. Okay, Cleo says. I see it. See what? Why Mrs. Adichie texted me. The fight happens 2 minutes later. Different player, big, from the other team, with the look of someone who has been working toward this all period. He drops his gloves in front of Bruno and the arena erupts and Cleo grabs my arm so hard I'm going to have marks. I watch. I don't look away, which surprises me. I expected to. I'm not someone who watches this. I don't understand the appeal. I've always been the person who changes the channel. But I can't look away because of the same thing that struck me in the warm-up. He's not wild. He's not out of control. He's reading it, the other man's stance, his reach, which shoulder drops first. He takes 2 to land 3 and the 3 matter more and it's over fast and clean and the other man is fine. He's already getting up, and Bruno skates toward the penalty box with his chin level. And then, for 1 second, one small unreasonable second, he looks up at the stands. Not scanning. Looking. At me. Impossible. The building holds 9,000 people and we're in the middle of the lower bowl and he has just been in a fight and there is no reason on earth he would know where I'm sitting. But his eyes stop. Right there. Right at the section, the row, the specific spot. I look away first. I don't know why. My heart is doing something I would prefer it not to be doing. Pearl, Cleo says. Don't. I wasn't. Cleo. I was literally just going to say the Storm scored again. I look at the ice. The goal light is on. Oh, I say. Cleo is smiling at the side of her cup. She says. We lose Cleo to the merchandise stand after the final buzzer and I end up turned around in the crowd, swept along toward an exit that's not the one we came in through. The arena is moving like a slow river after a game, Everyone heading the same direction, nobody in a hurry now that the tension has somewhere to go. I follow the signs and end up in a lower corridor, quieter, the crowd thinning as I go. Wrong exit. The signs point back up, but I've come around a corner and there's a door ahead with authorized personnel in block letters, and another corridor running perpendicular, and I stop to look at my phone for the map. Footsteps. I look up. Bruno Callahan is walking out of the authorized personnel corridor in track pants and a team jacket, hair still wet, and he stops when he sees me the same moment I stop when I see him. The corridor is empty. Just the two of us and the sound of the crowd still filtering through the walls from above. Neither of us prepared for this. His face goes through something I catch the edge of before it settles back into neutral, something quick and unguarded that looks, for just a second, like the thing a person does when they see something they weren't expecting to be glad to see. Wrong exit, I say. Yeah. He looks at the ceiling. Back at me. The other end takes you to the main concourse. Right. I don't move yet. Good game. He nods. You were, I stop. Start again. I didn't know it looked like that. From the stands. He doesn't answer right away. He's looking at me with that steady, reading look that I've gotten used to at the counter, but that feels different here, in this corridor, with no counter between us and no transaction happening. Did it bother you? He asks. Honest question. No armor on it. I think about it the way he'd want me to think about it, actually, not politely. No, I say. It surprised me. That's different. Something in his face shifts. Not a smile, not quite, but adjacent to one. You came, he says. My sister has impulse purchase issues. Right. The crowd noise filters through again from above. Somewhere down the corridor a door opens and closes. We should both be moving. We're both still standing here. I'm glad the other guy was okay, I say. After. Bruno looks at me. A long, careful look. Me too, he says, and it comes out weighted in a way that has nothing to do with tonight's game and everything to do with something I don't know the shape of yet. Before I can say anything else, a door at the far end bursts open and Jonesy comes through with his bag on his shoulder and spots us and stops dead. His face does 11 different things in about 2 seconds. I take a step back. Main concourse is up and left, Bruno says. Thank you, I say. I walk up the corridor. I do not look back. I can feel Jonesy behind me choosing a silence so loud it practically has a shape. My phone buzzes. Cleo, where are you? I bought you a scarf. Don't ask. I text back, on my way. Don't ask about what. I turn left at the top of the corridor, toward the main concourse, toward the noise and the crowd and everything normal, and I walk fast because walking fast is something I can control, and right now it's the only thing on that list. Chapter 6. Corridor. Bruno's POV. I am not ready for her to see me like this. Post-game is not a good look on me at the best of times. Right now my knuckles are split on 2 fingers, my nose has started the specific deep throb that means it's swelling without being broken, and the fluorescent light in this corridor does what fluorescent lights always do, which is find every bad thing and make it worse. She's standing about 10 feet away with her phone in her hand and the expression of someone who took a wrong turn and is recalculating. She's wearing a burgundy top and a dark coat, and she has the storm scarf from the merchandise stand, new, still creased from the packaging, looped around her neck in a way that suggests someone else put it there and she hasn't decided yet how she feels about it. I stop walking. She stops looking at her phone. The crowd noise comes through from the level above us, muffled and warm. Down here it's just the two of us and a corridor that feels significantly smaller than its actual dimensions. You were at the game, I say. My sister has impulse purchase issues. Did you like it? She tilts her head. A small movement. She's thinking about it, actually thinking, not reaching for the polite answer. I've watched her do this at the counter when customers ask which pastry she'd recommend. She doesn't just tell them what they want to hear. She considers it. I don't know yet, she says. Ask me in a week. Something happens in my chest. Quiet and inconvenient. I almost smile. I feel the edge of it and pull it back, and she notices anyway. I can tell because her eyes change, just slightly, the way they do when she's filed something away. She has a whole system, I think. A filing system for things she observes. I've been ending up in there more than I'd like. She looks at my hand. Is your hand okay? Yeah. She looks at my knuckles. 2 of them are split clean, the third just grazed. The kind of thing that looks worse than it is under bad lighting. She looks at them with the same focused attention she gives to pastry dough, not alarmed, just assessing. That's not what okay looks like, she says. It's fine. It'll close up. When? It always does. She shifts her bag off her shoulder and opens it. Not hesitating. Not asking permission. She goes through it with the calm efficiency of someone who knows exactly where everything is, and she pulls out a small foil packet, antiseptic wipe, single use, the kind you get in a first aid kit, the same way another person might pull out a pen. Like it's just something you carry. I stare at the packet. I have a younger sister, she says, by way of explanation. And a mother who falls. I started keeping these about 3 years ago. She holds it out. I take it. I open it. I press it to the worst of the 2 splits and it stings in the clean way that means it's doing something useful. The other one, she says. I look up. She's holding a second packet. She already had it ready. I don't move for a second. Not because I don't want to. Because the thing I'm feeling right now is something I don't have a name for and I need a second to make sure it stays where it is instead of showing up on my face. I hold out my hand. She takes it. She doesn't make a production of it. Doesn't flinch at the blood or do the thing some people do where they treat an injury like it's a character flaw, all that wincing that's really about them and not about you. She just holds my hand steady and presses the wipe to the cut and holds it there with a light, even pressure, and I stare at the wall above her head and focus on keeping my breathing at a normal rate. Her hands are warm. There's a small callus at the base of her right index finger from the pastry brush, I think. She has the short, clean nails of someone who works with their hands and made peace with that a long time ago. How often does this happen? She asks. The hand. Yes. Depends on the week. Does it bother you? I consider lying. It would be easy, no, standard, part of the job, barely notice it. But she asked the real question and she'll know if I give her the convenient answer. Not the hand, I say. She looks up from my knuckles. She's close enough that I can see the exact moment she decides not to ask what I mean by that. Okay, she says. She lets go. Steps back. The distance that opens up between us is not large, 2 feet, maybe 3, but I feel it like something physical. She tucks the used wipe back into the foil and drops it in her bag. Orderly. She's always orderly. I've watched her wipe the same section of counter in 3 clean strokes 100 times, not frantic, not obsessive, just precise. A person who finds some comfort in things being done right. I find I understand that. You should put something on those tonight, she says. Properly. I will. You won't. She's not wrong. I'll shower, sleep, and tape them in the morning and call it handled. She has read this from 3 seconds of knowing my face. I have a kit at the bakery, she says. If you come in tomorrow. She says it the way she put the croissant down in front of me 2 weeks ago. Not a big gesture. Just a thing that makes sense, offered without ceremony, take it or leave it. Okay, I say. She nods once. She pulls out her phone to check the map for the exit. From somewhere down the corridor I hear a door, and then footsteps, and then Jonas's voice saying something to whoever he's walking with, and then the footsteps stop. I don't look. I already know what I'm going to see when I do. I look anyway. Jonesy is standing at the end of the corridor with his gear bag on one shoulder and the expression of a man who has just been handed the best day of his life. He is not even trying to make his face do something normal. He is simply standing there, taking in Pearl and me and the general scene with the open, undisguised delight of someone watching a film they've been waiting years to see. Callahan, he says. Perfectly calm. Jonesy. Good game tonight. Thanks. A pause. His eyes go to Pearl. To my hand. Back to me. I'll see you tomorrow, he says. You will. He walks past us and through the far door, and I count 3 seconds before I hear it, faint, from behind the closing door, the sound of Jonesy laughing at something that only he has said. I stare at the door for a moment. Pearl looks at the door. Back at me. "Friend of yours," she says. Unfortunately. Something shifts in her face. Not a full smile. The thing that lives just before a smile, the moment when a person decides to let it happen. Her eyes go warm and the corner of her mouth does something small and real. I file that away. I file the whole thing away, the wipe, the warm hands, the 2-foot gap, the almost smile, and I put it in the place where I keep things I'm not going to examine, and I tell myself it'll stay there. It doesn't stay there. It has never stayed there, not once, not since the first morning I pushed open that door and the smell hit me and something in my chest made a sound after 3 years of quiet. But I tell myself anyway. It's the only move I've got left. Chapter 7. The Blogger, the Baker, and the Enforcer. Pearl's POV. The review has been live for 11 days and I have refreshed the analytics page so many times I've memorized the numbers the way you memorize something that hurts, not because you want to, but because you can't stop touching it. 461 likes now. 82 comments. 2 catering inquiries that went quiet after initially looking promising. I know because I followed up, which I don't usually do, and both times got a reply that was polite and short in the way that means a door is closing. Cleo thinks I should lean into the Storm connection. "You have a player coming in every morning," she says, at breakfast, 3 days after the home opener. She has her phone out and is scrolling the Storm's social pages. Their account has 80,000 followers. 1 post. That's all you'd need. No, I say. Pearl. I'm not going to use someone I know to fix a business problem. That's not how I run this place. He buys everything on the left side of the display case. That's his choice. He tips like he has something to prove. Cleo. I'm just saying. I don't think he'd mind. I would mind. I put my coffee down. I built this by myself. I'm going to fix it by myself. She looks at me for a moment with the expression she gets when she thinks I'm being principled in a way that is also slightly self-defeating. It is a familiar expression. She has been making it at me since I was 17. Fine, she says. But the principal doesn't pay rent. She's not wrong. I know she's not wrong. That's what makes it worse. The email from the Storm's communications office arrives on a Monday. It's from someone named Bex Cho, Social Media and Community Partnerships. The Storm are running a community spotlight series, local businesses near the arena, short video features, posted across their channels. They've had strong engagement on previous installments. Would Sugarcoat be interested in being featured? I read it twice. This has nothing to do with Bruno, I tell myself. The bakery is 2 blocks from the arena. The arena has 8,000 people walking past every game night. This is straightforward business geography. Any smart local business would say yes. I would be leaving money on the table, actual, needed money, if I said no to 80,000 followers because of a principle that wasn't even being tested here. This is good business. I reply within the hour. I do not tell Cleo I said yes for 2 days, purely because the look on her face when I tell her is going to be completely unbearable and I want to delay it as long as possible. The look, when it arrives, is every bit as unbearable as expected. You did the right thing, she says, in the tone of a woman heroically not saying I told you so. It's a community feature, I say. It's not about anyone specifically. Of course not. It's just good exposure. Absolutely. Cleo, I will ask you to leave. She goes back to her coffee, smiling at the table. Thursday comes. Bex Cho arrives at 9 with a camera operator named Theo, a ring light, a list of shots she wants, and the easy professional energy of someone who does this constantly and makes it look effortless. She's small and quick and has already walked the space and identified her angles by the time I've finished wiping the counter. This is a great room, she says. The light through that front window is perfect. Can we get you behind the counter pulling a tray? And then maybe at the board explaining the specials? Sure, I say. Do you want me to? Is there anyone else coming, or? The door opens. Bruno walks in. He's in Storm gear, training kit, jacket, and he has the specific look of a man who has been told he's doing something and has accepted this with a level of enthusiasm usually reserved for dental appointments. He sees the camera. He sees the ring light. He sees Bex with her clipboard. His jaw moves slightly. He looks at me. I look at him. Bex looks between us and checks something on her clipboard and says, brightly, Bruno, great, can you start at the counter? We want to get the regular customer angle, the community connection piece. Just be natural. Natural, he repeats. Like you're just coming in for your usual order. He looks at me again. Great, I say. He comes to the counter. The camera is rolling, which Theo confirmed with a small nod at Bex, and Bruno is standing across from me in the full knowledge that there is a lens pointed at both of us, and he is somehow managing to look even more composed than he does on a regular morning, which should not be possible but apparently is. Morning, I say. Morning. What can I get you? He looks at the board. Looks at the display case. Goes through the same routine he goes through every single morning, and Theo is getting it all, and Bex is making small satisfied gestures from the side of the room. Then Bex says, Bruno, can you just tell us, what do you usually get here? What's your order? He pauses. He looks at the case. He looks at me. I keep my face completely neutral. I am a professional. I have been keeping my face completely neutral about this particular thing for 2 weeks, and I can keep it neutral for another 30 seconds while a camera is running. The croissant, he says. Bex nods. Smiles. Makes a note. And I watch the exact moment Bruno realizes what he just said. His eyes come back to mine and there it is, not a dramatic thing, not loud, just the quiet arrival of the understanding that he has been ordering the scone every morning for 2 weeks while looking at the croissant, and I have known this the entire time. And I have been putting the croissants on the left side of the case facing his table and sliding one into his bag the day we first spoke and taking his $16 tips without once saying, so why do you keep ordering the scone? I put a croissant on the counter. I'm not smiling. My face is composed and professional and there is absolutely nothing happening on it except the ordinary expression of a person completing a transaction. Except the corner of my mouth. I feel it happen and I let it, just that small edge, just enough. Bruno stares at the croissant. He stares at me. His ears go slightly red. It is, and I say this with full awareness of what it makes me, the best thing I have seen in months. Bex says something about getting a shot of him at the table. He picks up the croissant and moves to the corner and sits down, and I turn back to the counter and I press my lips together very hard and focus on the espresso machine. You good? Theo murmurs, passing behind the counter to reset his angle. Great, I say. Completely fine. The shoot takes an hour and a half. Bex is thorough and good at it. She gets shots of the kitchen, the laminating process, the chalkboard, the morning light through the front glass. She interviews me for about 8 minutes, questions about the bakery story, what artisan means to me, what I love about this neighborhood. I give her honest answers and she seems pleased. Bruno sits at the corner table for most of it. He eats the croissant. He has his phone out. He is not, I notice, looking at anything on his phone. The screen stays dark, but he holds it like a prop, like something to do with his hands. At the end, Bex gets a shot of me sliding a fresh tray into the case and Bruno at his table in the background, not staged, just there, the natural geography of a regular morning. She watches the playback and her face does the thing faces do when something has come out better than expected. That's lovely, she says. Really warm. You two have good, I don't know, the natural comfort there is nice. Have you known each other long? He's a regular, I say. He's in here a lot. Every morning. She looks at him. Back at me. That's sweet, she says, in a tone that suggests she has decided something that I'm going to choose not to investigate. The crew packs up. Bex promises the feature will go live Thursday. She shakes my hand, shakes Bruno's hand, he's moved to the door now, coat on, ready to go, and then she and Theo are out and the bakery is back to its normal quiet. It's just us. Bruno is at the door. His hand is on the frame. He should leave, he has practice in 40 minutes, I know his schedule because I know when the traffic changes on this block on training days. He doesn't leave. You knew, he says. About what? He looks at me. I stop wiping the counter. The croissant, I say. Yes. Since about day 3. Why didn't you say anything? You weren't ready. The word lands between us. He goes still with it. I watch it move through him, watch him work out what it means and decide whether he minds. He doesn't look like he minds. The left side of the case, he says. Better light. Pearl. First time he said my name like that. Not transactionally. Not to get my attention. Just my name, by itself, like it's a complete sentence. I feel it from the back of my neck to the soles of my feet. The feature's going to be good for the bakery, I say. He looks at me for a moment. Something behind his eyes that I can't quite reach. Then he nods once, opens the door, and goes. I stand at the counter. I stand there for longer than is strictly necessary. From upstairs comes the sound of Cleo's music. She heard the whole thing. I know she heard the whole thing. The walls in this building are not thick and she has exceptional hearing and an absolute inability to resist a good development. My phone buzzes. Cleo, the left side of the case, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. I put the phone in my apron pocket. I start a fresh batch of cardamom cake because I have inventory to get through and absolutely no other reason. Chapter 8. Practice makes. Bruno's POV. Derek finds me after practice on a Friday. Not in the corridor. Not in the locker room where there are people and witnesses and the natural checks that come from being seen. He times it right. He's been watching me long enough to learn the shape of my day, which is its own specific kind of threat, and he catches me at the far end of the equipment room where I'm returning a practice jersey and there's no one else back here and no reason for anyone to come looking. He leans against the shelf with his arms crossed, easy and unhurried, the smile that doesn't connect to anything real sitting on his face like furniture. Good practice today, he says. I put the jersey back. I don't answer. I heard about the community feature. The bakery thing. He pauses. Nice spot. Been going there a while. I close the equipment locker. What do you want, Voss? He shifts. Not nervous, the movement of a man settling in, getting comfortable. He does this when he's about to say the thing he came to say. I've watched him do it on ice. Right before a hit he's already decided on, he settles. I know what happened in Rochester, he says. The equipment room goes very quiet. The league doesn't, he says. Not the whole story, anyway. They got the official version, fight ran long, suspension, inquiry, closed. They didn't get the part that the guys in that tunnel saw. What you looked like when you walked off. I stand still. You were calm, he says. That's what people talked about. Not that you lost it, that you didn't. That you chose it. There's a difference, league-wise. One's a suspension. The other is a conversation about fitness to play. I know the difference. I've known it for 3 years. It's the thing I can't talk myself out of at 2 in the morning, the thing that doesn't have a clean resolution, not because what happened was ambiguous, but because what I felt wasn't. I'm not telling you this to be a problem, Derek says, still easy, still settled. I'm telling you because I think you're a smart man and smart men like to know where the lines are. He pushes off the shelf. Have a good weekend. He walks out. I stand in the equipment room for 60 seconds without moving. Then I put my hand very flat on the shelf in front of me and I breathe. The thing that wants to happen, the heat that wants to come up and find an outlet, I've been managing it for 3 years and I can manage it now. I am not going to go back out there and do something that hands Derek exactly what he's looking for. I am not going to be the story he wants to tell. I breathe in through my nose. Out through my mouth. I count the jerseys on the shelf in front of me. There are 14. I count them twice. Jonesy finds me 22 minutes later. I've moved to the far bench in the equipment room and I'm sitting with my forearms on my knees, looking at the floor. I hear him come in and stop and take in the scene. Talk to me, he says. I'm fine. Bruno. I'm fine, Jonesy. You have that face. I look up. What face? The one that means you're about to do something stupid and quiet instead of something loud and stupid. He sits down on the bench across from me. He doesn't crowd it, he leaves space, enough that it doesn't feel like an interrogation. The loud and stupid I can work with. The quiet kind scares me. I look at the floor. It's Voss, I say. Jonas's expression doesn't change on the surface. But something tightens underneath it, I can see it because I know his face. What did he do? He knows about Rochester. He made sure I know he knows. A pause. Is he going to do something with it? He's deciding if it's more useful to hold or to use. Right now he's holding. Jonesy puts his hands together. He's quiet for a moment, which for Jonesy takes actual effort. You going to talk to Reyes? Not yet. Bruno? Not yet. I stand up. I need to think. Where are you going? I already have my coat. He says my name once more, behind me, but I'm through the door. I don't decide to go to Sugarcoat. I'm in my truck and I'm moving, and 3 turns later I'm on her street and I park and I sit in the driver's seat for a moment with the engine off. The closed sign is on the door. The lights inside are still on, the warm low ones she leaves running when she's doing end-of-day work, not the full overheads. Through the front glass I can see the shapes of the chairs on the tables and the glow from the back where the kitchen is. I get out. I knock. A pause. The sound of footsteps. Then the door opens and Pearl is there in her work apron with a clipboard under one arm and a pen behind her ear, and she reads my face in about 1 second. She doesn't ask what happened. She steps back and opens the door wider. I go in. She doesn't talk. She goes behind the counter and she moves through the space with the quiet efficiency of someone who has things to do and is doing them, and the sounds she makes are small and ordinary, the soft knock of a mug on the counter, the low click of the machine warming up, the brush of paper against paper as she goes back to the inventory on her clipboard. I sit at the corner table. My corner. I don't take my coat off for a minute. Then I do. The espresso machine runs through its cycle. She puts a mug in front of me, black, no sugar, she's never asked, she just knows, and she sets a plate beside it. Cake. Something with cardamom and a dark edge of brown sugar on top that I've smelled in here before but never had. Eat, she says. Not unkindly. Just a statement. She goes back to her clipboard. I wrap both hands around the mug. The heat helps, a little. I eat a corner of the cake. It's warm and deep and there's something in it I can't name, a spice I don't know, and I eat it slowly while Pearl makes notes and crosses things off and writes things down, her pen moving in the specific way it moves when she's concentrating on something that has nothing to do with me. The room is quiet. Not the quiet of the equipment room, which was dead weight. This is a different thing. The hum of the refrigerator. The distant sound of a car outside. The scratch of Pearl's pen. A quiet that has furniture in it, that has warmth and ordinary life, that makes room for a person to just sit without requiring anything. I put my hands flat on the table. I breathe. With other people, silence is a gap. You feel it pulling, asking to be filled. You say something to patch it over, even something useless, just to stop the pulling. I've spent my career doing it in locker rooms, the blunt joke, the flat observation, the short answer that closes the door before someone can try to come through it. With her, the silence just sits. Like it's not asking anything. I don't know how she does that. Whether it's something she learned or something she is. I've been coming here long enough to know she does it with everyone, to some degree. The ease she has with the morning regulars is real, not performed. But this is different. This silence is specifically shaped, like it was made for exactly this moment and this amount of space and not a bit more. She turns a page on her clipboard. Then, without looking up, still writing, her voice level and quiet and completely without pressure. Do you want to talk about it, or did you just need to be somewhere that wasn't there? I stare at her. She keeps her eyes on the clipboard. She's not watching to see how I react. She asked and she meant it, and either answer is fine, and she's giving me the full room to pick between them. I sit with it for a second. The second one, I say. She nods once. Okay. She turns the page. I pick up my coffee. That's it. That's the whole thing. One syllable and she means it completely, no deflation, no subtle adjustment of the warmth in the room, just okay, like it was always an option and she's glad I took it. I have faced down 210 pounds of angry hockey player without blinking. I have sat through a league inquiry and a suspension and 3 years of my own head at 2 in the morning and not let any of it show. That one syllable puts a crack in something I didn't know was still standing. I don't let it show. I'm still good at that. But I feel it. Right in the middle of my chest. Like something old and load-bearing shifting by half an inch. I drink the coffee. I finish the cake. The cardamom sits warm in the back of my throat. Pearl fills in her inventory sheet. The pen scratches across the paper. The refrigerator hums. Outside, the evening traffic on her street thins out to almost nothing. I sit in the corner and I am, for the first time since the equipment room, completely still in the right way instead of the wrong one. I stay for an hour and a half. When I finally stand up, she looks up from the clipboard and something in her face is quiet and easy, like the room's been exactly how it should be and she's in no hurry for it to change. Same time tomorrow, she says. It's a bakery thing. A regular customer thing. She says it to people who've become fixtures. I've heard her say it to Mr. Ferreira, to the woman with the stroller who comes every Tuesday. Yeah, I say. I put on my coat. Bruno. I turn at the door. She's looking at me directly. The working smile is not on. Just her face, open and level. Whatever it is, she says. It doesn't look bigger than you. I stand in the doorway. I don't have anything to say to that. Not because there's nothing there, but because what's there is too much for this doorway, for this moment, for a man who has spent 3 years making sure nothing is too much for anything. I nod once. I go. I sit in the truck for 60 seconds before I start the engine. It doesn't look bigger than you. She said it the way she slides the croissant across the counter. Like it was just a true thing that needed saying and she said it and that's all. I drive home. I tape my knuckles. I eat something. I lie down. I stare at the ceiling and I think about Derek in the equipment room and the thing I felt in Rochester and the 3 years of switches I've kept flipped. Then I think about okay. Just that one syllable, said like it cost nothing and meant everything. I close my eyes. For the first time in 3 Fridays, I sleep before midnight. Chapter 9. Cleo has no chill. Pearl's POV. I hear Cleo coming down the stairs before she reaches the kitchen. Not because she's loud, though she is, always, constitutionally, but because I know the specific rhythm of her feet when she has something to say and has been holding it since she woke up. Quick on the first 3 steps. Pause on the 4th where the wood creaks. Then fast the rest of the way down, like she made a decision. She sits at the kitchen table, pours coffee from the pot I already made, wraps both hands around the mug, and looks at me. I keep cutting the butter into the flour. You like him, she says. Good morning to you too. Pearl. I'm working. You got up at 4:30. I always get up at 4:30. You made cardamom cake. She points at the rack near the window. 3 loaves, cooling. You never put cardamom cake out. It's on the menu. It's on the menu the way my gym membership is on my bank statement. Technically present. Functionally decorative. She sets her mug down. You made it because he was here last night and he ate it and you wanted more of it ready. I work the butter into the flour. Press and fold, press and fold. The dough needs to stay cold and I need to stay focused and I need Cleo to find a different subject. He's a customer, I say. Pearl Adiz Okafor. The full name. All 3. She only does that when she's decided she's right about something and wants me to feel the weight of her certainty. I put the bowl down. He came in because he needed somewhere quiet, I say. I made him a coffee. He sat for an hour. He left. That's all that happened. He sat in your bakery at closing time on a Friday night. People lose track of time. He tips you 40% every single morning. He's generous. He bought everything on the left side of your display case. He was hungry. Pearl. She leans forward. Her eyes are warm and direct and she has always been able to look at me the way no one else does, not like she's trying to figure me out, but like she already has and is just waiting for me to catch up. You put the cardamom cake out. You never put the cardamom cake out. That man sits in the corner of your bakery and reads the same 3 pages of the newspaper without turning a single page. He is not here for the scones. I pick up the bowl again. He had a bad day, I said. I didn't ask about it. He didn't tell me. He sat. He left. I cannot be responsible for what a customer does with his evenings, Cleo. She looks at me for a long, patient moment. Then she picks up her coffee and leans back in her chair and says nothing, which is somehow worse than every word she just said. Mama is awake when I go up at 9. Good mornings have a texture to them that I've learned to feel from the hallway, the TV at a certain volume, the specific sounds of her moving around her room with the small independence that the bad days take away from her. Today is a good morning. I can tell before I push the door open. She's sitting up in bed with her reading glasses on and yesterday's newspaper folded open to the crossword. Her color is good. Her eyes when she looks up are the sharp, deep brown they've been my whole life, the ones that see everything and have always made it pointless to try to hide. Pearl. She pats the edge of the bed. Come. I sit. She studies my face the way she has studied it since I was a child, quickly, completely, the way a person reads a room they know well and can spot anything that's moved. Good morning, she asks. Good morning. You slept well enough. She folds the newspaper. Puts it on the nightstand. Cleo tells me there's a young man. I close my eyes for exactly 1 second. Cleo tells you everything, I say. She tells me the things you don't. Mama says it without accusation. Just fact. She says he's very large. He plays hockey. They're all large. She says he comes every morning. He does. He's a regular. We have several. Mem, she adjusts her glasses. Looks at the crossword. Looks back at me. She says he stayed late last night. He needed somewhere quiet. Mama is quiet herself for a moment. Outside the window the street is starting up, the early traffic, someone's delivery truck reversing, the specific sounds of a Saturday finding its feet. You know, she says, when your father first came into my mother's shop, he came every day for 3 weeks and bought 1 tin of tomatoes each time. I look at her. We had a whole wall of tomato tins, she says. He bought 1. Every day. For 3 weeks. She pauses. We had nothing at home to put them in. When I finally pointed this out, he said he kept forgetting to buy the other ingredients. Mama. He eventually admitted he didn't actually like tomatoes. She looks at the crossword and fills in a word with the careful, deliberate handwriting she's always had. Came in every day anyway. For a year. Before he asked. I sit with that for a moment. He's just a customer, I say. She makes the sound. The 30 years of maternal intelligence packed into 1 syllable, delivered without looking up from the crossword. I'll bring your breakfast up in 20 minutes, I say. Take your time, she says. I have 4 across to finish. I go back downstairs. I press and fold the butter into the dough. I do not think about what Mama said about the tomatoes, because that would be the kind of thinking that leads to the kind of feeling that I have specifically organized my life to avoid tripping into unprepared. I think about the cardamom cake cooling on the rack. I think about a man sitting very still at a corner table, both hands around a mug, not saying anything that needed to be said. I press the dough harder than it needs. The discovery happens by accident. I'm doing what I always do when I'm avoiding one problem, I work on a different one. The blog review. I've been reading it every few days the way a person presses a bruise, checking to see if it still hurts. It still hurts. But this morning I read it differently. I'm not reading the words. I'm reading the details. The photo at the top of the post is my croissants. Not taken from a customer's table, the angle is wrong for that, too high, slightly behind the case. It's taken from the side of the display, the service side. The side where I stand. She was behind the counter when she took it. I go back through the comments. One of them, buried deep, from a week ago, tagged a cafe I've seen but never been to. At Bean Counter MHV, agree, the neighborhood needed this. I click the profile. The Bean Counter. New, 4 weeks old, 2 blocks from Sugarcoat on the Arena side. I open a new tab. I look up the bean counter's business registration. It takes me 8 minutes and 3 separate searches to find the connection. The blogger's name, K. Marsh, appears in the bean counter's opening week coverage in the local paper. Not as a customer. As an invited guest. A friend of the owner. I sit back in my chair. It wasn't a bad review from a random person who didn't like my croissants. It was a planted review from someone connected to a new competitor. Someone who came into my bakery, stood on my side of the counter, took a photo I didn't give permission for, and wrote 400 words designed to take my catering contacts and give them nowhere to go except 2 blocks away. I put my hands flat on the desk the same way I've watched Bruno put his hands flat on surfaces when he's managing something big and slow-moving inside him. It works, slightly. I close the laptop. I get my coat. I tell Cleo, who is now on the sofa with Mama watching television, that I'm going out for an hour and to please make sure Mama takes her morning tablets. Cleo reads my face. Pearl. What are you going to do? I'm going to have a conversation. With who? With the person who came into my bakery and sabotaged it. I button my coat. Professionally. Calmly. Pearl. I'm not going to do anything that can be used against me, Cleo. I'm going to go there, tell them I know what they did, and make clear it stops. She doesn't look convinced. But she knows me well enough to know that when I use that particular tone, the reasonable and final one, there is no useful counterargument. Text me when you get there, she says. I'll text you when I'm done. That's not what I close the door. The bean counter is on Archer Street, which runs parallel to mine. It's a good space, I can see that even before I go in. High ceilings, exposed brick, the kind of fit-out that costs money. New espresso equipment in the window. A sandwich board with that week's specials and the kind of careful chalk lettering that takes an hour to do and is designed to look effortless. I stand on the pavement outside and I take one breath. I look up. Bruno Callahan is standing at the bean counter's front door. He is not inside. He is not moving. He is simply standing in front of the closed door in his storm jacket, hands in his pockets, and the door is closed in the specific way doors close when someone has recently and quite firmly shut them from the inside. He turns when he hears my footsteps on the pavement. He looks at me. I look at him. I look at the closed door. I look at him again. You're here, I say. Yeah. How are you here? How did you? I stop. I recalibrate. The team's business manager. He says nothing, which is confirmation. You heard through the business manager. I work it out as I say it. The Storm's business operations cover the neighborhood around the arena, local partnerships, community relationships. Someone on that side would know about a new cafe opening, would track the online coverage, might have flagged the connection between the review and the bean counter. And you came. Yeah. Without telling me. I found out an hour ago. Bruno. I look at the closed door. At him. What did you do? Nothing. He says it cleanly. No hesitation, no layering. I knocked. The owner answered. I told her I knew about the review and the connection to this place. I told her the Storm organization has a community partnership with Sugarcoat and takes that seriously. I told her the review needed to be addressed. A pause. Then I stood there. You stood there. For a while. I look at his face. The neutral, steady, unhurried face that I've been reading for weeks from behind a counter, that I'm still learning the vocabulary of. He is telling the exact truth. He stood there. With that face. With the particular quality of stillness he carries that is not passive, it's accumulated. Like a storm that decided not to move. Did she say anything? I ask. She said it was a misunderstanding. Of course she did. She said she'd look into issuing a retraction. I stare at the closed door. Behind the glass I can see the owner. I've looked her up, I know her face, standing at the far end of the room with her arms crossed and a phone to her ear, talking to someone. She's not looking at the door. I look at Bruno. I don't know what I'm feeling. That's not entirely true, I know exactly what I'm feeling, I just don't know what to do with all of it at once. There is the anger at the sabotage, still there, still hot. There is the flat-footed surprise of finding him here, ahead of me, doing the thing I came to do. There is something else underneath both of those that I'm not ready to look at directly. You didn't have to do that, I say. I know. I could have handled it. I know. Then why? Because you shouldn't have to. He says it the same way he says everything, no performance, no flourish, no waiting to see how it lands. Just the sentence. Placed down in front of me like the croissant that first morning. Here. This is true. Take it or leave it. I look at him for a long time. He looks back. He doesn't fill the silence. He never fills the silence. He just stands in it and waits and lets me do what I need to do with it. Okay, I say. The word comes out softer than I intended. Thank you. He nods once. We stand on the pavement outside the bean counter and the morning traffic moves past and neither of us says anything for a moment and it is not uncomfortable. It is the specific kind of quiet that happens when something has shifted and both people know it and neither one is going to name it yet. I'll walk you back, he says. You have practice. In an hour. We walk back to Sugarcoat. 2 blocks. Side by side, not quite close, the space between us smaller than it would be between strangers but careful. He doesn't reach for anything. Neither do I. At the door he stops. The retraction will go up today, he says. She was already on the phone when I left. How do you know she won't just wait until you're gone? Something close to a smile. She won't. I think about 240 pounds of standing still. I think about that face. No, I say. She probably won't. He goes to practice. I go inside and stand behind the counter for a minute doing nothing, which I never do, and Cleo comes downstairs and reads my face and very wisely chooses not to say a single word. She makes me a coffee instead. I drink it. The retraction goes up at 11:43 a.m. At 6 that evening, Bruno's phone buzzes. I don't know this in the moment. I find out later, when it matters. But while I'm upstairs with Mama and Cleo and the TV is on and the good smell of rice is coming from the kitchen and the evening is ordinary and warm, his phone buzzes in his jacket pocket with a screenshot and a message. A photo. Bruno on the pavement outside Sugarcoat, taken from a distance. Today. This morning. Someone was watching and someone sent it to Derek and Derek sent it to Bruno with 5 words underneath. Nice spot. Shame about distractions. Chapter 10. What he did. Bruno's POV. I look at the photo for a long time. It's a clean shot. Whoever took it knew what they were doing, good angle, clear enough to read my face, pearl visible in the frame too, the Sugarcoat sign above the door. It doesn't look like nothing. It looks like exactly what it is, which is a problem, because what it is isn't nothing anymore and I stopped being able to pretend otherwise somewhere between the antiseptic wipes in the corridor and a woman saying okay like it was the simplest gift she'd ever given. I put the phone face down on my kitchen table. I sit with the ceiling for a while. Derek didn't take this himself, he was at the afternoon skate when this was shot. He paid someone or someone owed him something. The calculation is straightforward either way. He's building a case. Not to take to the league yet, maybe not ever, but having it. Keeping it close. Insurance. The photo itself isn't damaging. Standing outside a bakery is not a suspendable offense. But the message is clear and I received it clearly, I'm watching. I know where you go. I know what matters to you. That second part is the one that sits in my chest like a stone. I know what matters to you. I don't sleep well. Practice the next morning is sharp and I put myself through every drill harder than I need to because hard and physical is the language I have when the other kind fails me. Voss is there, clean on the ice, showing Reyes what the front office wants to see. He doesn't look at me directly. He doesn't need to. The message has been delivered and he knows it landed. Jonesy falls in beside me during the water break. You good, he says. Fine. You skated that last drill like the drill personally wronged you. I'm working on my edge. He squirts water and watches me over the top of his bottle. Voss, do something. I look at the ice. Not yet. Jonesy is quiet for a moment. On the ice that's a significant thing. Bruno. You know what happens when you try to carry something like this by yourself, right? I'm handling it. You handled Rochester by yourself. I look at him. He holds the look. He's one of the few people who can. I'm not saying that to be harsh. I'm saying it because the handling it alone approach has a track record. The whistle goes. I skate back into the drill. He's not wrong. I know he's not wrong. That doesn't make the alternative feel like something I know how to do. The retraction from the bean counter went live while I was at practice. I check it before I leave the arena. Clean, public, visible. The blogger posted her own walk back an hour after, on reflection, a hasty review that didn't represent a fair assessment. Pearl's social media has already picked up a small bounce, comments from regulars pushing back on the original post, the momentum shifting the way it does online when the tide turns. I sit in the parking lot and I feel something I don't have a clean word for. Not satisfaction exactly. Closer to relief. Like I moved something that needed moving and it moved. She said you didn't have to. She said I could have handled it. Both of those things are true. She is entirely capable of handling it. She handled the bakery alone for 3 years on 6 hours of sleep and sheer precision. She handled her mother's stroke and her sister's impulsiveness and a 2-star review designed to take her down, and she handled all of it with the same flat-footed, straight-backed, measure-everything competence she brings to every lamination and every morning rush. That's not why I went. I went because I was in the equipment room 2 days ago with a hand on a shelf breathing through something cold and ugly, and then I was in a warm room with a mug and a slice of cardamom cake and a woman who asked me the right question and accepted the right answer and said okay, like the whole thing was easy, like I was easy, like I wasn't something that required management and distance and careful handling. She did that. For me. So I went to Archer Street. That's the whole logic. It doesn't need to be more complicated. She's closing up when I get to Sugarcoat. I didn't plan this either. I've given up pretending I plan anything when it comes to her. I park on her street and I walk to the door, and through the glass I can see her behind the counter doing the end-of-day routine, machines wiped, chairs up, that clipboard she carries like a third arm. She looks up when the bell goes. She watches me cross to the counter with an expression I've been collecting and cataloging for weeks. This one is softer than most. Less measured. It has something in it she hasn't quite put away yet. The thing from this morning, from standing on the pavement outside the bean counter and hearing me say because you shouldn't have to. She hasn't fully filed that one. I can tell. Hey, she says. Hey. I lean both forearms on the counter. She doesn't step back. The space between us is small and neither of us addresses it. The retraction got good traction, she says. I saw. The Hartwell coordinator reached back out. The contract's back on. Good. She looks at me. You okay? Mostly. What's the part that isn't? I consider how much to say. Not because I don't want to tell her, that's new, the wanting to tell her, I've been watching it arrive for weeks and pretending it was something else, but because what I'm about to say puts something on the table that I can't take back. There might be some noise, I say. Around me. The review situation, I went there today and someone saw. Someone who's been watching me. I pause. Watching here. Her face changes. Not fear, she doesn't run toward fear. More like the feeling a person gets when a problem they suspected was real turns out to be real. She recalibrates. Voss, she says. I look at her. He came in, she says. Last week. Ordered a coffee. He looked around the room the way people do when they're not actually looking at what they say they're looking at. She meets my eyes. I didn't know it was connected then. Of course she clocked him. She clocks everyone. She reads rooms the way I read ice, and she filed him away the way she files everything, quietly, accurately, for later. It might get louder for a while, I say. I want you to know that. In case it causes problems for the bakery. Will it? I don't know. I don't think so. But I wanted to tell you. She's quiet for a moment. The refrigerator hums. A car passes on the street outside. Okay, she says. Not the dismissive okay. Not the polite one. The real one, the same one from the inventory clipboard, the one that means I've received this. I'm not running, we keep going. I stand up straight. I should let you close. Bruno. I stop. She's looking at me from behind the counter with both hands flat on the surface, and her face is doing the thing I've stopped being able to look at without feeling it somewhere specific and inconvenient in my chest. For what it's worth, she says. This morning. What you did. Pearl. I know you know I could have handled it. That's not what it was about. She holds my gaze. I know what it was about. The room is very quiet. Yeah, I say. Okay. She nods. I go. I get to the truck. I pull out my phone. The screenshot from Derek is still there, face down in my memory, and I pick it up and I read the message again. Nice spot, shame about distractions, and something in me shifts. Not toward anger. That's the surprise. Toward clarity. He thinks she's a weakness. He thinks knowing where I go means he knows where I break. He's built his whole play on the assumption that I'll do what I always do, go cold, pull back, remove anything that can be used as leverage. He doesn't know that what happens in that room is the opposite of weakness. He has completely misread the equation. I'm sharper since I started going there. I sleep. I skate cleaner. My red of the ice in practice is better than it's been in 2 seasons. She doesn't make me soft. She makes me still. There's a difference. I put the phone in my pocket. I start the truck. I know, in the quiet way I know most things, that Voss is going to push harder. That the photo is the first move in something that has more moves. That the next weeks are going to require everything I have, on the ice and off it. I know all of that. I pull out of the street and I head home, and the cardamom smell is still faint in my jacket from the night before last, and I leave it there. Chapter 11. The night the bakery broke. Pearl's POV. The sound wakes me at 11:14. I know the sounds of this building the way you know a voice you've been listening to for years, the particular creak of the third stair, the rattle the back window makes in wind, the low moan of the boiler when it's working too hard on a cold night. I know all of them, and I know which ones to ignore and which ones to get up for. This one I've never heard before. It starts as a groan, deep in the wall behind the kitchen. Then a hiss. Then, nothing, for 2 terrible seconds, and then the sound of water. A lot of water. Moving fast, going somewhere it is absolutely not supposed to go. I'm down the stairs in 12 seconds. The kitchen floor is already wet when I hit the bottom step. Not a puddle. A sheet. The water is coming from under the prep counter on the south wall, behind the baseboard where the old pipe runs, the one I've been meaning to have looked at since last winter when it made a sound during the cold snap. The one I told myself could wait until spring. The one that apparently could not wait. I wade across in my socks and I find the stopcock in the dark, and I turn it and the hissing slows but doesn't stop, which means the break is between the main and the branch, and there is water in that section of pipe that is going to keep moving until it runs out. The floor I refinished last spring. 3 weekends of sanding and sealing, my hands wrecked for a week afterward. The water is sitting on it now, deep enough to feel resistance when I move through it. I go to the oven. The industrial oven I bought second-hand from a restaurant that closed 2 years ago, that I had serviced and recalibrated, that I paid off in installments over 14 months, and that represents the single most expensive thing I own after the building lease. Its base is sitting in 2 inches of water. I stand there in wet socks looking at it. Then I wade back to the door and I sit on the dry step at the bottom of the stairs and I call the emergency plumber on my list. He doesn't answer. I call the second one. Voicemail. I leave a message. I call the third, who answers and tells me the earliest he can come is tomorrow morning, and I look at the water level in my kitchen and say through my teeth that this is not a tomorrow morning situation. He says he's sorry. I believe him and I hate it. I go back into the kitchen. I find every towel I own and every cloth I have, and I start doing the thing that will not actually fix anything but is the only physical action available to me, which is pushing water toward the drain in the center of the floor that is doing its best but is simply not made for this volume. I am on my knees at midnight when my phone buzzes. I look at the screen. Bruno. I stare at it for a second. Then I pick up. Hey, I say. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. What happened? His voice is awake. Fully awake, not the blurred edge of someone pulled from sleep. Like he was already up. "How do you?" Cleo texted Jonesy. Of course she did. Of course Cleo, who heard the sound and came to the top of the stairs, took one look at the situation, made an executive decision, and texted the most useful person she had a number for. I am going to have complex feelings about this later. Right now I am on a wet floor at midnight and I don't have the capacity for complex. It's a pipe, I say. The kitchen. I've got the water stopped but there's a lot on the floor. The oven okay? I look at the oven. I don't know yet. I'll be there in 20. Bruno, you don't have to. I'll be there in 20. He hangs up. I sit on my knees on the wet floor and the water soaks through my pajama bottoms and I look at the ceiling for a moment and I breathe. The way he does it, in, slow, out slower. I don't know when I learned that from watching him do it. But I do it now and it steadies something. I get back to pushing water. He arrives in 18 minutes. I hear the truck first, then footsteps on the pavement, then the knock at the back door because he knows I keep the back unlocked when I'm in the kitchen late. He opens it and steps in and stops just inside the door, reading the room the same way he reads everything, completely, quickly, filing the relevant details in the right order. He's in sweatpants and a storm training jacket. Boots, which was the right call. He has a wet vac on a cart behind him, big, industrial, the kind the arena uses on the ice surface after a bad cut. He borrowed it. He just went to the arena at 11:30 at night and borrowed the wet vac without apparently questioning whether this was a reasonable thing to do. South wall, he says. Yes. Behind the baseboard. I've got the main closed. He nods. He parks the wet vac. He looks at the oven. How long has it been sitting in water? Since about 11:15. He moves to it without a word. He gets down and checks the base and the connections and the back panel, moving through it methodically, and I watch him do it and I notice that he does not look at me with any version of "this is bad" on his face, which is the specific face I've been bracing for from everyone I've tried to call tonight. He just assesses. Like the situation is a fact and facts are workable. The seal looks intact, he says. You'll need an electrician to check the internal board before you use it. But the base is solid. It's not getting in. Something releases in my chest. Okay, I say. He stands up. He plugs in the wet vac. He looks at me. You push. I'll vac. We work. We work for 2 hours. He doesn't narrate it. He doesn't tell me what he's doing or ask if I'm okay every 10 minutes or make the low, sympathetic sounds people make when they want you to know they've registered that something bad has happened. He just works. Methodically. With the same economy of movement he brings to everything, no wasted effort, no performance, just the job in front of him done properly. At one point the vac hits a low patch near the counter and the pitch of the motor changes and he adjusts the angle without being asked and I think, he has definitely done this before. Not with a kitchen pipe. But with something going wrong in the middle of the night, requiring calm hands and steady thinking. He has been here before in the specific way that counts. By 1:30 the floor is mostly clear. The water's been pushed and vacked and the towels are wrung and there's still a wet sheen that will need time and air to finish, but the immediate damage is managed. The oven is dry. The floor has a watermark along the south wall that I'm going to need to reseal when the wood dries, but the surface is intact. I turn the lights up a fraction. Bruno sits down on the floor, back against the prep counter, long legs stretched out in front of him. He looks tired in the specific way that's about more than tonight. It sits behind his eyes and has been there for longer than the last 2 hours. He pulls off one boot and sets it by the door and then the other. I fill the kettle from the tap on the working side of the kitchen, the north wall, the one that runs off the second line, the one that's fine. I find 2 mugs. I make tea because coffee at this hour means neither of us sleeps before 4. I sit down next to him on the floor. Not close. A foot of space. Enough. I hand him a mug and he wraps both hands around it the way he always does with warm things, like it's something to hold on to. The kitchen is quiet. The wet vac is off. Outside it's the deep night silence of a street where everyone with any sense is asleep. Thank you, I say. It's fine. It's not fine, it's 2 in the morning and you have practice tomorrow. Day off tomorrow. I look at him. Really? No, the corner of his mouth moves. But it's fine. I pull my knees up and rest my mug on them. The tea is too hot to drink yet. Steam rises in the quiet air. I think about Paris. I don't know why I think about it now, maybe it's the hour, the particular honesty that comes in at the edge of exhaustion, the way things you keep tidied away have a tendency to surface when you've run out of the energy to keep them in place. Maybe it's the kitchen, which is the thing I chose instead. I was supposed to go to Paris, I say. 3 years ago. He's quiet. Listening. I can feel the quality of it, the complete attention, none of the small restless movements people make when they're waiting for their turn to talk. There was an apprenticeship, I say. Under a chef I'd admired since I was 16. It was a 2-year program. Michelin level. The kind of thing you apply for 3 times before you get it, and I got it on the first. I pause. My mother had her stroke 6 weeks before I was supposed to leave. Bruno says nothing. I keep going. It wasn't a severe stroke. She was going to recover. The doctors were clear about that from the start. But she needed someone, and my father has been gone a long time and Cleo was finishing her degree and I was the one who was here, who had the flexibility, I stop. I was the one who stayed. And the bakery, he says, was supposed to be temporary. I'd been baking since I was 12, it was always something I did well, and I needed income while I was here so I started selling at the farmer's market and then a small space came up on this street and I thought, 6 months, maybe a year, until Mama was steadier. And then 6 months became a year and a year became 2 and now it's been 3 years and this is my life. I look at the floor. I don't regret it. I want to say that first. I don't regret it. But, he says. But I think about Paris sometimes. Late at night. Or when I'm laminating dough at 5 a.m. and I think about what I might be making if I'd gone. What I'd know by now. I wrap both hands tighter around the mug. I think about the version of me that got on the plane. The kitchen is very quiet. That was a hard choice, Bruno says. 2 syllables each. Clean and honest. No solution, no silver lining bolted on top to make it easier. Just the true thing said plainly. Yeah, I say. You made the right one. I look at him. How would you know? He turns his head. Looks at me directly. His eyes in the low kitchen light are dark and steady and completely present, no distance in them, not the wall I've been watching him maintain since the first morning, but not gone either. Something in between. Something chosen. Because you didn't hesitate, he says. I sit with that. I turn it over. I think about the phone call to Paris, the conversation I had with the program director, the way my voice stayed level the whole way through even as something in my chest was doing something I still haven't fully finished feeling. I think about how fast I made the decision. How clean it was, even when it hurt. He's right. I didn't hesitate. I never thought of that as the right thing. I thought of it as the only thing, which felt different. But maybe those are the same. You know about not hesitating, I say. It's not a question. He hears it anyway. Yeah, he says. Quiet. Different situation. Tell me sometime, I say. Yeah. A pause. Okay. Not a deflection. Not a we'll see. Okay, the real one. His own word, given back. The tea has cooled enough to drink. I drink mine. He drinks his. The wet floor breathes around us, drying in the night air, and the kitchen smells like damp wood and tea and the faint sweet ghost of everything I baked today. At some point my shoulder finds the cabinet door to my left and I lean against it. At some point Bruno's long legs shift and his right hand rests on the floor between us, palm down, close without touching. I'm not sure exactly when either of those things happen. I'm tired enough that the edges of the night have gone soft. And then, not a decision, not a reach, just the small drift of 2 people sitting very close in a quiet room in the deep middle of the night. His hand moves 1 inch and the side of it touches the side of mine. Neither of us moves. I look at the clock on the wall. 3:07 a.m. His hand stays where it is. Mine stays where it is. The kitchen breathes around us and neither of us says a word, and outside on the dark street Millhaven is completely, perfectly still. Chapter 12. Midpoint, 3 a.m. Bruno's POV. I know exactly what this is. I've been here before. Not this kitchen, not this floor, not this specific quiet. But this feeling, the edge of something, the place right before a step, I know it the way I know the boards at the end of a shift. By feel. By the particular pressure of standing close to something that could change the shape of everything. Every time I've stood here, I've walked away. Because people like me don't get to keep things. We get to protect them for a while. Show up when the pipe breaks. Stand between the thing and whatever's coming at it. Do the physical work, the heavy lifting, the part that needs hands. Then leave. That's the deal I made with myself in Rochester. That's the deal I've been keeping. Her hand is still touching mine. Side to side, barely any pressure. The kitchen clock reads 3:07 a.m. and neither of us has moved, and I am very aware that this is the moment. The step or the walk away. Same as it always is, same edge, same weight. I don't walk away. I turn my hand over. Not a reach. Not a grab. Just, open. Palm up. An offer that can be refused so easily she doesn't even have to say anything, she can just not move and it means the same as no, and we both go on and pretend the last 3 minutes didn't happen. Pearl looks at my hand. She puts hers in it. Her fingers are warm and there's still faint flour in the crease of her thumb even at 3 in the morning, and I close my hand around hers with the same care I'd use with something I could break, because I could, and I know it, and that knowledge sits in my chest alongside everything else that has been building there for weeks. We don't say anything. Not yet. The kitchen breathes around us. Tell me something, she says. Not a demand. An invitation. Her voice is low and careful, the one she uses when she's asking the real question and not the one around it. I think about what I'd normally do here. The short answer. The closed door. The practiced quiet that keeps everything manageable. My mother's name is Dora, I say. Pearl waits. She worked 2 jobs from the time I was 7 until I was 17. Diner in the morning, hotel laundry at night. I don't have a memory of her sitting still. I look at the kitchen wall. She didn't talk about it. Didn't talk about being tired or being stretched or what it cost her. She just kept going. Every morning. Every night. Kept me fed, kept the lights on, showed up. What happened at 17? Pearl asks. I got drafted. Entry-level contract. First paycheck, I sent the whole thing home. I pause. She called me and cried and then told me not to do it again. I did it again for the next 4 years. Did she stop working? When I got to the AHL. She still works 1 morning a week at the diner. I've tried to talk her out of it. The corner of my mouth moves. She doesn't listen to me about that. Pearl's thumb shifts slightly in my hand. Not a movement with a message. Just a live thing, warm. Hockey was the only thing I was ever good at, I say. The only language I had for showing up. For saying I care without saying it. You take the hit so the other guy doesn't have to. You put yourself between the thing and the person who can't absorb it the way you can. That's not strategy. That's just, I stop. Look for the word. It's just how I learned to do it. Pearl is quiet for a moment. That's not a flaw, you know, she says. That's just how some people love. The word lands in the room. Neither of us looks at it directly. But it's there, sitting in the space between us, and I don't move away from it the way I would have a month ago. I just let it be there. How do you love? I ask. She doesn't answer right away. This is one of the things about her that has been taking me apart since the first morning. She treats honest questions like they deserve honest work. She doesn't reach for the first answer. She finds the real one. Probably too carefully, she says finally. I measure everything. I look at every angle before I move. I want to know what something costs before I invest in it. A pause. Even the good things. Especially the good things. Why especially? Because good things can leave, she says simply. And I'd rather know the full price up front than be surprised by the bill later. I look at her. She's looking at the floor in front of us, chin resting slightly down, and the kitchen light catches the side of her face and she looks tired and honest and more like herself than I've ever seen her, which is saying something because she's always been more herself than most people manage. What about right now? I say. She's still for a moment. Then she looks up at me. Right now, she says, I'm not measuring anything. We sit like that for a while longer. At some point I tell her about my mother's hands. How they looked after a double shift, the red at the knuckles from the linen chemicals, the way she'd sit at the kitchen table and flex them slowly while she watched the late news. How I used to watch that and not know what to do with what it made me feel. Too young to fix it, too aware to ignore it. Pearl tells me about the first time she made croissants that actually worked. She was 14, her mother's kitchen, 2 failed batches before the third one came out right. She says she cried a little, at the oven, because she hadn't been sure she could do it and then she did and the gap between those two things was larger than she expected. Why croissants? I ask. Because they're hard, she says. If you can do the hard thing properly, everything else is just practice. I think about that. About the way she moves through her kitchen, not rushing, not performing, just doing the hard thing properly, every time. I think about how that quality is the same quality I try to bring to the ice and how I have never met another person outside of hockey who I recognized it in. You're going to be okay, I say. The bakery. After tonight. I know. The floor. I'll reseal it. I've done it before. She doesn't say it to dismiss what happened. She says it the way she says most things, straight at the fact of it, no drama, no collapse. It'll take a weekend. It'll be fine. The oven is clean. I know. I heard you check it. She looks at me sideways. You knew exactly what to look for. My mother's hotel had a commercial kitchen. I used to go in before school sometimes, sit in the back while she worked. Picked up things. Pearl looks at me like she's filing something. Like this piece has found its place next to other pieces and the picture they make together is one she wasn't quite expecting but is not unhappy to see. You're not what I thought you were, she says. Not accusatory. Not even surprised, entirely. Just honest. What did you think I was? The poster on the bakery window, she says. Arms crossed. Looking at the camera like it owes you something. She pauses. I felt a little sorry for it. The camera? The poster? Having to be that all the time. I look at her. I think she sees it. Not just the outside of it, the size, the history, the name and the headlines. She sees the thing underneath it that I have been carrying so quietly for so long I forgot anyone else could see the weight. It's not all the time, I say. No, she says. I know. She knows. She's known since the first morning, I think. Since I stood at her counter and couldn't order the thing I actually wanted and she put it on the left side of the case anyway and never once made me feel stupid for the gap between the two. At 3:45 I stand up. My legs are stiff from the floor and my back is making a comment about sitting against a cabinet for an hour and a half. Pearl stands up beside me, steadier, either more flexible or better at not showing it. We are standing very close in a small kitchen in the middle of the night and neither of us steps back. I'll help you mop, I say. Bruno. 10 minutes. I find the mop where it was when we started. Then you sleep. She doesn't argue. She gets the bucket. We mop together in the quiet, the last of the water pushed toward the drain, the floor starting to show what it'll look like once it's dry. It's going to be okay. You can see that now. The wood has held. The seal has done what it was supposed to do. It'll need work but it will be okay. 10 minutes, like I said. I put the mop back. She sets the bucket by the door. I get my jacket. I put on my boots. She stands at the kitchen counter watching me and she's not reaching for the professional smile or the clipboard or any of the distance-keeping tools I've watched her use since the day I walked in. She is just standing there looking at me with her arms loose at her sides and her face completely open. Same time tomorrow, she says. It's the regular thing. The morning thing. But at 4 a.m. in a wet kitchen it sounds like something else entirely, and she knows it does, and I know it does. Yeah, I say. I go out through the back. I sit in the truck. I know exactly what just happened and I am not going to pretend otherwise, not even to myself at 4 in the morning with nobody watching. I sat on a kitchen floor and I held her hand and I told her things I have not told anyone and she told me things back and neither of us ran, and when I said same time tomorrow I meant it the way she meant it when she asked. This is the step I've never taken. I've been to the edge plenty. I know the edge. The edge is fine, it's a place you can stand and look from and still walk back. But I turned my hand over tonight. I opened it. And she put hers in it, and that is a different geography entirely. I start the truck. I think about Derek's photo. I think about the voicemail I haven't checked yet, the one from a number I don't recognize that came in at 9 p.m. while we were still working on the floor. I think about the wall I've been building and maintaining and the fact that I just, quietly and completely, took one section of it apart with my own hands. I drive home. I park. I sit in the driveway. I take out my phone. 3 texts from Jonesy, unanswered. A missed call from Reyes, late, which is unusual. And the voicemail. I press play. The voice is formal, measured, the specific cadence of someone reading from a prepared script. League office. External review. The Rochester incident. A complaint has been filed with the league's Department of Player Safety by a third party. An inquiry has been opened. I sit in my dark driveway at 4:15 in the morning and I listen to the whole voicemail twice. Then I put the phone in my jacket pocket. I go inside. I lie down on my bed in my clothes. I stare at the ceiling and I feel the two things sitting in my chest at the same time, the warm, steady weight of her hand in mine, and the cold familiar weight of Rochester. Both real. Both mine. I close my eyes. I don't sleep for a long time. Chapter 13. Old Ice. Bruno's POV. Here is what actually happened in Rochester. Not the official version. Not the suspension paperwork or the inquiry summary or the 3-line statement my agent sent to the league. The actual thing. Marcus Webb had been targeting Kowalski, not this Kowalski, a different one, a kid named Danny Kowalski who played center for our team that season and who had a habit of doing something brilliant just often enough to make him a target, since the first period. Small stuff. A knee in the back. A stick through the crease when the refs were watching the puck. The kind of calculated dirty that experienced players run because it's designed to be just below the line. Third period, Webb did it again. This time into the boards, shoulder first, and Danny went down and took a second to get up, and in that second the whole bench went quiet. I was over the boards before Daniels could say anything. Webb and I dropped gloves. Standard. He was big and I was bigger and we both knew how this was going to go. He landed one to my jaw that rattled things and I landed 2 to his ribs that I felt through my gloves. The refs were coming. It was almost done. And then Webb, still in my grip, both of us winding down, looked past me at Danny, who was back on his feet, and said the thing I won't repeat. About Danny's family. About where Danny came from. The specific, targeted cruelty of a man who knows exactly which door to try. I threw one more punch. Not out of anger. That is the part one have never been able to talk myself around. I was not angry. The anger had burned out in the first 2 hits. What was left when I threw that last punch was something colder and more deliberate. A calculation. A decision. He needs to stop. This will stop him. Webb went down. He had a concussion. He was out for 3 weeks. He recovered fully, I know because I checked, quietly, through channels, every week for 2 months. He's still playing. He's fine. But I stood in that corridor afterward and I looked at his wife at the door and I thought about what I felt when I threw the last punch and I understood something about myself that I hadn't known before. I am capable of choosing violence. Not losing control and finding myself on the other side of something. Choosing it. With a clear head and steady hands. I don't know what to do with that. 3 years later I still don't know what to do with it. It doesn't make me a bad person, I've talked myself to that conclusion and back 100 times in the dark. But it makes me something I don't have a clean word for. Something that doesn't belong in rooms with warm lights and flour on the counter and a woman who puts her hand in mine at 3 in the morning. The league voicemail leads to a call leads to a letter. The letter arrives 3 days after the kitchen flood. It's formal and specific and explains that a complaint was filed by a journalist named Callum Reed, who covers the Storm beat and who has, I learned through Jonas's contacts, a prior grievance against the Storm organization involving a press access dispute from 2 seasons ago. The letter outlines the scope of the review. It does not state a timeline. Jonesy reads it over my shoulder and is quiet for 4 full seconds, which is the longest Jonesy has ever been quiet. Voss, he says. He didn't file it, I say. But he told Reed. Gave him enough to work with. Can you prove that? Not yet. Reyes needs to know. Reyes already called. Jonesy turns to look at me. What did you say? I said I'd think about it. Bruno. I know. He puts the letter down on the locker room bench. He looks at me the way he looks at me when he's decided not to argue and has chosen a different approach. You're going to go quiet, he says. I'm not. You're already quiet. You've got the face. I don't have a face. You have a very specific face that means you've decided to carry something alone and have already dismissed every argument against it. He sits down. I've seen it in Rochester. I've seen it every time Reyes floats the idea of moving you to a defensive line. I'm seeing it right now. I look at the letter. The thing about Jonesy is that he is right in the specific way that people who know you well are right, not because they're smarter than you, but because they've been watching long enough to separate the story you tell yourself from the one that's actually running. There's a girl, Jonesy says. I look up. There's a girl, he says again. And you're about to go quiet on her too. I stand up. I put on my jacket. I fold the letter in half. Practice is in 20, I say. Bruno. I know, Jonesy. I go to practice. Reyes pulls me in after the afternoon skate. His office is small and has a whiteboard on one wall with this week's line combinations and a photo of his daughter on the desk that he's had since the day I met him. He sits on the edge of the desk with his arms crossed. He doesn't offer me a seat. This is a standing conversation, which means it's a short one, which means he already knows what he wants to say and is saying it. You got the letter, he says. Yes. You need to get ahead of this. I'm aware. I'm not asking you to do anything you're not comfortable with. But the league investigation runs better when the subject cooperates proactively. You know that. He studies my face. Talk to me. Tell me what happened in Rochester. I stand in the office and I look at the whiteboard with my name in the third line slot and I think about what it would mean to say it. Not the version I've been managing for 3 years, the tight, controlled, it was a long fight, I made a poor decision, I accept the suspension version. The actual version. What I felt. What I chose. The thing is, I don't know what Reyes will do with the actual version. He's a good coach. Probably the best I've had. But there's a version of honesty that ends careers and I have been standing on the edge of it for 3 years and I don't know yet which side of it I'm on. I need more time, I say. He looks at me for a long moment. How much? A week. He uncrosses his arms. Puts one hand on the desk. 1 week, Bruno. Then we talk. No more managing this alone. Okay. I mean it. I know you do. He nods once. I go. The quiet starts that night. Not because I decide to go quiet. Because the noise inside my own head gets loud enough that anything else becomes difficult to navigate and the only thing I know how to do with that kind of loud is to narrow everything down to the basics. Practice. Eat. Sleep. The parts that have edges and don't bleed into everything else. I don't go to sugarcoat the next morning. I tell myself it's schedule. Early ice time. I'm not lying, there is early ice. But I've made it to sugarcoat before early ice before and I know the difference between a schedule conflict and a choice. I eat a protein bar in the car. I don't taste it. The second morning I'm driving past her street and I'm already slowing down and I catch myself doing it and I keep driving. The third morning I don't drive anywhere near her street. I sit in the early practice and I skate hard, and when Voss runs his shoulder into my path on a defensive drill I absorb it without reacting, flat and controlled, and he reads my face afterward with the expression of a man who expected a different response and is recalibrating. Good. Let him recalibrate. I go home. I don't eat much. I sit with the letter and I write and delete the statement the league is asking for. I watch an hour of game film. I turn the light off. I stare at the ceiling. Pearl texts on the third morning. My phone is on the nightstand and I hear it come in at 7:18, which is 3 minutes after I would normally be walking through her door. I pick it up. Morning. I saved you a croissant. Also, are you okay? You seem somewhere else today. I read it once. I read it again. You seem somewhere else today. Not where are you or did I do something or any of the 20 things a person asks when someone they trusted goes silent on them. She goes straight to the middle of it, not accusation, not pressure. Just a clear, direct question that knows the answer might be complicated and is asking anyway. I put the phone face down on the nightstand. I lie there for a while. I pick it back up. I read it a third time. I think about what it cost her to send it, Pearl, who measures everything, who checks every angle before she moves, sending a "Are you okay?" into silence with no guarantee of what comes back. I put the phone down. I don't reply. The phone stays face down. I get up. I get dressed. I go to practice. The whole drive I feel it, specific and low, the weight of the text sitting unanswered in my jacket pocket like a stone I chose to pick up and carry. Chapter 14. The Language of Flour. Pearl's POV. I am absolutely fine. I tell myself this at 5:30 a.m. on the first day, pressing butter into cold dough with both hands, working the lamination the way I always do, precise, even, no shortcuts. I am fine. Bruno Callahan is a customer and he has his own life and things come up and people don't always come for coffee and that is normal and fine and completely expected. I put the croissants on the left side of the case. I tell myself it's better for the light. He doesn't come the second day either. I know this in the same way I knew, on day 2 of his first week, that he was about to walk in, not from anything specific, just from the particular shape of his absence when he's usually present. The corner table sits clean and empty at 7:15 and then 7:30 and then 8 o'clock and the morning moves through its ordinary rhythms and everyone comes and goes the way they always do and there is absolutely nothing wrong. I make cardamom cake at 9. Not for the display case. I tell myself it's batch testing, a new ratio of spice I want to try. Cleo comes downstairs at 10, looks at the cake on the cooling rack, looks at me, and sits down at the kitchen table without a word. This is the greatest act of restraint she has ever performed. I don't acknowledge it. Neither does she. We move around the kitchen together in a silence that is specifically shaped by the thing neither of us is saying, which is the thing I told myself I wouldn't let happen, which is the thing that is apparently happening regardless of what I told myself. Cleo, I say finally. I didn't say anything. You're being very loud about not saying anything. She puts her coffee down. He'll come back. I didn't ask. I know. But you're standing there pressing that dough like it insulted your mother, so. I look at my hands. The dough is slightly overworked. I put it back in the fridge to rest. He's going through something, I say. He told me he might have some noise around him for a while. It probably has nothing to do with me. It probably doesn't, she says. That doesn't make it feel better. No, I say. It doesn't. We stand in the kitchen and Cleo drinks her coffee and doesn't push any further and I am grateful for her in the specific way I'm always most grateful for her, not when she says the right thing, but when she knows not to say anything at all. Day 4. I pack a box. I tell myself it's Goodwill. The Storm have a community partnership with Sugarcoat, the feature ran last week, got solid numbers, Bex has already been in touch about a follow-up. Sending pastries to the team is a natural extension of that relationship. Normal business. The kind of thing that builds goodwill without requiring anything from anyone. I pack croissants, pain au chocolate, 3 almond pastries and 2 cardamom slices. I write from Sugarcoat, for the team on a card in my clearest handwriting and I tape it to the top of the box and I ask Cleo to watch the counter and I drive to the arena. I will drop the box, leave it at the front desk, and drive away. I will not go looking for anyone. I will not walk the building. I will deliver a business gesture and return to work. The front desk sends me around to the side entrance, which opens to the corridor near the practice facility. A young guy on the staff takes the box with genuine pleasure. Word of the pastries has apparently spread, and I am turning to go, keys in my hand, box delivered, mission complete, everything very professional and fine, when I hear Pearl. Jonesy. He's coming out of the side door in his training kit, hair still damp, and he sees me and his face does the complicated thing that Jonasy's face does when he has a lot of feelings about a situation and is trying to select the appropriate ones for public display. Hey, I say. Hey. He falls into step beside me, naturally, walking me back toward the parking lot at the pace of a person who has somewhere to be but has decided to be here first. You brought pastries. For the team. Business thing. Right. He nods. Good of you. We walk. He is quiet in the way he is quiet when he's deciding something. I've learned Jonasy's silences in the same way I've learned Bruno's, they're different species entirely. Jonasy's silences are brief and tactical. He uses them the way other people use a deep breath. He's going through something, Jonesy says. I keep walking. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. He puts his hands in his pockets. I want to. Because I think you're good for him, and I think he knows that, and those two things are fighting each other right now. He pauses. He does this. When something gets big enough to be real, he goes inward. Has done it his whole career. He doesn't have a lot of practice at letting things be real. I think about a kitchen floor at 3 a.m. An open hand. Right now I'm not measuring anything. How long does it usually last? I ask. Depends on what he's carrying. He looks sideways at me. It doesn't mean it's about you. I want to be clear about that. Whatever's going on, the league stuff, the Voss stuff, that's what he's sitting in right now. He goes quiet when it gets big. I know, I say. I'm not asking you to fix it. I know you're not. A pause. Though you're probably not making it easier to stay inward, if I'm being honest. I look at him. That's a good thing, he says. For what it's worth. We've reached my car. I stop. He stops beside me, and we stand in the parking lot of a hockey arena on a gray Tuesday morning, and I look at the side entrance he came out of and I think about the letter Bruno mentioned, the inquiry, the thing that was already there before the floor broke and the kitchen flooded and we sat in the dark until 4 in the morning. He's going to be okay, I say. Not a question. I'm feeling for the truth of it, the way you feel for a surface in the dark. Jonesy looks at me straight. If he doesn't get in his own way, he says. Yeah. He will. He goes back inside. I stand at my car and the wind off the street is cold and I hold my keys in my hand and I think about packing that box this morning. About the card I wrote in careful handwriting. About driving here and telling myself it was business. I know what it was. I'm not going to pretend I don't. I open the car door. The side entrance opens. I look up the way you look up when you already know. Bruno is walking out with his bag on one shoulder and his jacket half-zipped and he is looking at his phone and then he isn't. He stops. 3 meters from the door, 8 meters from my car, in the gray Tuesday light with the cold wind moving between us. He looks at me. I look at him. The bag of pastries is gone, inside with the team, but my hands remember the weight of it. I wonder if he knows I brought it. I wonder if Jonesy told him before he came out. I wonder if he came out knowing, or if this is the specific cruelty of small towns where all roads eventually cross. His face is doing the closed thing. The wall building. I can see the work of it, the jaw set, the eyes guarded, the particular stillness that is not the good stillness, not the 3 a.m. stillness, but the one he uses when something inside is moving too fast and he's bracing against it. I know that face. I know it because I have worn versions of it my whole adult life. The silence between us is not like the good silences. This one has weight. Has the shape of everything that was said on a kitchen floor and everything that has gone unsaid in the days since. Has the shape of a text he read and didn't answer and a corner table that's been empty for 4 mornings. Neither of us moves. The wind lifts slightly off the street, cold, and a piece of his jacket shifts, and he reaches up to zip it without looking away from me. I hold his gaze. I am not going to look away first. Not today. Not when I packed a box at 5 in the morning and drove to an arena and told myself 14 different lies about why, and Jonesy just told me the truest thing anyone has said to me in days, and I am standing in a parking lot with my keys in my hand, and I am not, I have decided in this specific moment, going to be someone who looks away. He looks at the box. At my hands. Back at my face. The silence is enormous and real, and everything we haven't said fills it completely, and we are both standing in it, and both of us know it, and neither of us has the word for what comes next. But we are both still here. That counts for something. That counts for everything. Chapter 15. What he can't say. Bruno's POV. She brought pastries to the arena. I stand at the side entrance and I look at her in the parking lot, and I run through everything I know about Pearl Okafor in the order that it comes, the way she moves her pen behind her ear, the 3 clean strokes she uses on the counter, the exact quality of her voice at 3 in the morning when the careful exterior has gone offline and it's just her, real and open and unguarded, and I see all of it in her face right now. She's braced for something. Trying not to show it. She is standing very straight with her keys in her hand and her chin level, and she has the look of a woman who packed a box at 5 in the morning and drove here and told herself 12 different stories about why, and is now standing in a cold parking lot having every one of them seen through. She is terrible at hiding things from me. I know every tell she has. The counter wiping. The way her voice gets slightly more even when she's managing something large. The hands that go still when everything else in her is not. I know all of it. I have to stop. Not stop knowing. I can't unknow. The knowing happened the same way everything with her happened, sideways, incrementally, without a single moment I can point to as the decision. It just became true and stayed true, and now I'm standing 8 meters away from her in a cold parking lot with a letter from the league in my bag and 4 days of chosen silence between us, and I have to stop standing here cataloging the details of her face like it's something I'm allowed to have. She doesn't look away. I walk over. Hey, I say. Hey. Her voice is level. Not warm and not cold. The middle register that means she's doing the same thing I'm doing, keeping the front of it steady while the rest of it moves underneath. Jonesy said you brought. It's a business thing, she says. The community partnership. I brought them for the whole team. Right. It's on the card. I know. She nods. Her keys shift in her hand. I look at her face and I think about the text on my nightstand, read 3 times and not answered, and I feel it sitting between us the same way cold air sits in a room when a window's been left open. There's something going on, I say. With work. I can't, I stop. Find the shape of what I can actually say. It's complicated and I can't explain all of it right now, and I needed to. I know, she says. I look at her. Jonesy told me there's an inquiry, she says. And I saw something online, it's not hard to find if you know to look. I put some of it together. She pauses. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm not asking anything. The parking lot is empty except for us. The wind off the street moves through the gap between the buildings, and she pulls her coat a little closer without looking away from me. I just need to know you're okay, she says. It's the question I've been not asking myself for 4 days. Not avoiding, I know the answer, I've known it since the voicemail. I've just been keeping it at a distance the way you keep something hot at a distance, circling it, not touching. She asks it clean and straight and doesn't load it with anything I have to manage. I don't know yet, I say. She nods. Like that was always a valid answer. Like she would have taken it just as easily as yes. Then she reaches into her coat pocket and she pulls out a small paper bag, folded over at the top, the kind she uses for single items at the counter, and she holds it out between us. Cardamom cake, she says. It's good for things you can't explain. I look at the bag. At her hand holding it. At her face, which has something in it that has nothing to do with business, and the community partnership card she wrote in careful handwriting. I take it. Her fingers don't move when I take the bag. Mine don't either. For 2 seconds we are both holding the paper and neither of us lets go, and her fingers are warm through the thin white paper and the cold parking lot and the 4 days and the league letter, and all of it falls very quiet, and there is just this, her hand and mine, and 2 inches of paper between them. She releases it. I have the bag. 100 things want to come out of my mouth. I have been thinking for 4 days in the specific and useless way of a man who has too much to say and no working method for saying it. I've run through versions of it in the truck, in the equipment room, lying on my back in the dark staring at the ceiling. Every version sounds wrong. Too much or too little. Too late or the wrong shape. What comes out is, don't stop coming to the games. She blinks. It's not what she expected. I didn't expect it either. But it's the truest thing in the pile. Out of everything I could have said, that is the one that means the most things at once. Don't disappear, don't let what's coming make you go, stay where I can see you, I'm not done, I know I've been quiet, I know it's not fair, just don't stop. Pearl looks at me for a long moment. The wind moves her collar. Her hand is back in her pocket. I wasn't planning to, she says. Simple. Steady. Given back to me with both hands. I nod. She gets in her car. I stand in the parking lot until she's pulled out onto the street and the car is gone. Then I look down at the small paper bag in my hand. I open the fold. The cardamom slice is wrapped in wax paper, still slightly warm through it, and the smell hits me the same way the bakery always hits me, like something from before things went sideways, like something I didn't know I was missing until it was there. I eat it in the parking lot. Every bite. Then I go back inside. The article runs 3 days later. I find out from Jonesy, who finds out from the Storm's PR manager, who has apparently been watching Callum Reed's outlet since the league letter and has set up an alert. Jonesy texts me at 6:40 a.m., one line. It's out. Don't read it alone. I read it alone. The headline is the enforcer who doesn't know when to stop. The photo they use is from the Rochester game, me in the penalty box, face flat, the specific expression I wear when I'm keeping something very still inside me. Whoever chose that photo knew what they were doing. It looks like a man who feels nothing. It looks like exactly what the article wants me to look like. I read the whole thing. Most of it is factual in the surface way. The fight. The suspension. The length of Webb's concussion protocol. The facts are right and the story they build from those facts is wrong in the specific way that wrong things built from true parts are wrong, not fabricated, just arranged. The word calculated appears twice. Pattern of behavior appears once. There is one quote from a source described as a person familiar with the incident, and I don't need to read very far between the lines to know that source has a name and the name is Derek. I put the phone down. I sit in my kitchen in the early morning with the phone face down on the table and I think about my mother and what she'll do when this reaches her. Not fall apart, she has never fallen apart, not once in my lifetime. But she'll go quiet in the way she goes quiet when something has hurt her and she's decided not to say so. I think about Coach Reyes and the week I asked for. I think about Pearl. I pick the phone back up. I go to Sugarcoat's social page. Her last post was yesterday morning, a reel of the lamination process, hands working the dough, the kind of content she makes that is genuinely good and has nothing to do with the Storm or community partnerships or any of it. Just her, doing the thing she's best at, put out into the world without fanfare. I look at it for longer than I need to. Then I put the phone in my pocket and I drive to practice and I do not let any of it show. Chapter 16. Headlines. Pearl's POV. The paper is on table 4. A customer left it. One of the Tuesday regulars, a man in his 50s who always orders an Americano and reads the paper front to back and leaves it folded on the table when he goes. He does it every week. I've never minded, other customers sometimes pick it up, it gives the space a lived-in quality that I like, the sense of a place people move through and leave small traces of themselves in. Today I mind. The fold is on the 3rd page but the paper landed open when he set it down and the 3rd page is facing up and I can read the headline from behind the counter. The enforcer who doesn't know when to stop. The photo is Bruno in the penalty box. I recognize it from the Storm's image library, I've seen it on the wall at the arena. In context it's a game photo, part of a sequence. Pulled out and set next to that headline it becomes something else. Something the photographer probably didn't intend and the editor absolutely did. I finish making the order in my hand. I call the name. I hand it over. I wipe the steam wand. I do not go read the article. I read the article. It takes me 4 minutes. I stand behind the counter with my phone under the level of the display case, which is not subtle, and I read every word. The facts are the ones I already knew from the pieces I'd put together: the fight, the suspension, the timeline. But there's a shape to the article that makes me angry in a specific way, the same way the Bean Counter review made me angry. Not at the facts. At the arrangement of them. At the way you can take true things and stack them in a particular order until they say something that isn't true. Calculated. They use that word like it's a verdict. I know this man. I know him from 7:15 in the morning and a corner table and exact change and the specific quality of his silence. I know him from a corridor after a game and antiseptic wipes and a wet vac at midnight. I know him from a kitchen floor at 3 a.m. when he turned his hand over and held on like someone who decided, very quietly, that something mattered. Calculated is not the word I would choose. I put the paper in the recycling bin under the counter. By 10 o'clock the article has reached my regular morning crowd in the particular way things reach small city crowds, not all at once, but like a tide, one person mentioning it, then another, the information spreading conversation to conversation. I can track it from behind the counter. The slight change in body language when someone's phone lights up. The lowered voices. The corner table, Bruno's table, is occupied this morning by 2 men I know by face but not name. They come in most Tuesdays. They order large coffees, they stay an hour, they talk at a volume that is just slightly too much for a bakery at 10 in the morning. Usually I let it go. They're regulars and the volume isn't cruel, just inconsiderate. Today I hear his name. Callahan, that article this morning. Always knew that guy was a liability, the Storm have been carrying him for. Kind of violence, you have to wonder about the. I am at the counter with a cloth in my hand and I am wiping the machine and I stop wiping. I set the cloth down. I walk to table 4. Both men look up. I smile, the working smile, professional, with an edge underneath it that I don't try to hide. Gentlemen, I say. Would you mind taking the conversation outside? The taller one blinks. Sorry. The conversation you're having. I'd appreciate it if you'd finish it outside. I keep the smile level. We're a small room and voices carry. They look at each other. Back at me. We were just. I know what you were doing, I say. Still polite. Still completely final. Outside, please. You're welcome to bring your coffees. A pause. Then the taller one picks up his cup. The other one follows. They go, not quite looking at me on the way out, and the door closes behind them with the specific sound of a door that someone didn't quite slam and definitely wanted to. Mrs. Adichie, at the window table, raises her cup at me without looking up from her crossword. I go back behind the counter. I pick up my phone. I call Bruno. It rings 4 times and goes to voicemail. His voice on the recording is flat and brief, leave a message, and then the tone. It's Pearl, I say. I read the article. I don't believe everything in it. Call me when you're ready. I hang up. I put the phone in my apron pocket. I make the next order. He doesn't call. The first day I don't expect him to. It's a game day, I know the schedule, and whatever he's managing has more than enough in it without me adding to the weight. The second day I check my phone twice before noon and tell myself I'm checking for the supplier confirmation on the Hartwell order, which is also true and not the reason. The third day Cleo says, very gently, over dinner, you could text him again. I said call me when you're ready, I say. That means when he's ready. And if he needs longer than you're comfortable with. I push the rice around my plate. Then I wait. Pearl. I'm not chasing anyone, Cleo. There's a difference between chasing and reaching, she says. You know that. I know that. I know it because she taught it to me years ago in a different context and I filed it the same way I file things I'm not ready to use yet. He'll come when he's ready, I say. She doesn't push. She passes me more rice. The thing is, the days feel like physics. That's the only way I can describe it. Not like waiting, which implies something static. More like standing at the top of something with a particular angle, like gravity is already in it, like the outcome is already decided by the geometry of the situation, and the only question is the timing. I know something is coming. I feel the weight of it building the way you feel a weather change in the joints before the sky shows anything. I've been feeling it since the parking lot, since the paper bag and 2 seconds of his fingers through the white paper and don't stop coming to the games. He is going to come here and say something. I don't know when. I don't know what form it takes. But I know him now, I know the shape of how he moves toward things, which is slowly and with complete intention, and I know that parking lot was not the end of it. So I wait. I bake. I run the morning rush. I do the inventory and the supplier calls and the Hartwell planning meeting and the 3 small repairs the kitchen needs after the flood. I check on Mama every morning and sit with her in the evenings when she wants company and let her beat me at cards because she loves it. I put the croissants on the left side of the case. I am not fine. I know I'm not fine. But I'm functional and present and doing the work, and that has always been enough to get me from one side of a hard stretch to the other. On the evening of the 3rd day I'm closing up when I hear the knock. Not the front door. The side. 3 knocks, even and unhurried. The knock of a person who is not sure of their welcome and is trying not to show it. I know that knock. I go to the side door. I open it. Bruno is standing in the alley outside the bakery in his jacket with the collar turned up and his hands in his pockets and his face is closed at the front of it. The familiar wall, the neutral set of his jaw, the careful eyes. But the eyes are not closed. The eyes are doing the thing they do when he's given up managing the front of it, and the real thing is showing through, the thing that lives underneath the stillness, the thing that has no armor on it. I need to tell you something, he says. His voice is low and carries the specific weight of something that has been prepared and then unprepared and prepared again and has finally just become this. Now. No version. Just the thing itself. I should have told you earlier, he says. I step back. I open the door wider. Come in, I say. Chapter 17. The full story. Bruno's POV. The kitchen smells like cinnamon. I notice this before anything else, walking in through the back, the warm air hitting me after the cold of the alley, and the smell of whatever she was baking this afternoon still sitting in the room the way good smells do in a kitchen that works hard, absorbed into the walls, into the wood, into the air itself. Pearl closes the door behind me. She doesn't ask where I've been or why it took 3 days. She doesn't stand with her arms crossed or position herself across the room to create distance, the way people do when they've decided to be careful. She just moves to the table in the center of the kitchen and she pulls out a chair and she sits down and she looks at me and she waits. I sit across from her. The kitchen light is low, the same soft overhead she leaves on when she's doing end-of-day work. The prep counter behind her is clean. The cooling racks are empty. Everything in its place, the way her kitchen always is, not sterile, not cold, just right. A place where things are done properly and put away and tomorrow is ready for. I look at the table between us. I start. You know the headline, I say. The Rochester fight. The suspension. Yes. What you don't know is what I felt when I threw the last punch. She doesn't move. Just watches me. It wasn't anger, I say. That's the part I've never said to anyone. Daniels, the league, my agent, everyone heard the version where I lost control. Where the fight ran too long and I didn't pull back when I should have. I stop. Press both hands flat on the table. That's not what happened. The kitchen is very quiet. I was calm, I say. When I threw it, I was completely calm. I looked at Webb and I made a decision, and the decision was one more. Not because I'd lost anything. Because I chose it. I look up at her. You understand the difference? Yes, she says. Steady. Not alarmed. Just listening. The hit was clean, technically. He got up. He recovered. He's still playing, I checked. I let out a slow breath. But I walked off that ice and I sat in the corridor and I thought about what I felt, and it scared me more than any suspension ever could. Because I didn't lose control. I had it. I just decided to use it. I pause. And I didn't know what kind of man that made me. Pearl is looking at me with the focused attention she brings to things that matter. No flinch in it. No softening of the eyes that would mean she's decided to feel sorry for me instead of actually hearing me. Just the clear, steady look of someone taking in what's being given. So I shut it down, I say. Everything that felt like a reason to lose control again. Everything that could make me feel enough to do something I couldn't take back. No, I stop. Try again. No people. No situations that required that kind of, the word won't come. I thought if there was nothing to protect I'd never have to make the calculation again. I look at my hands on the table. And then I walked into a bakery, I say. The kitchen breathes. Pearl doesn't speak for a moment. I watch her face, the small movements that happen when she's working through something honest, the same sequence I've watched at the counter 100 times when a customer asks her a real question and she gives it real consideration. You think telling me this would make me afraid of you, she says. It isn't a question. She's telling me what she sees. Isn't it? I say. She sits with it. She doesn't rush to reassure me. She doesn't reach for the kind and easy answer. She does what she always does, which is look directly at the thing and say what she actually finds there. No, she says. I think you've been afraid of yourself for 3 years. That's different. The words go through me in a way I wasn't ready for. Not comfort, exactly. More like recognition. Like she found the right name for something I've been carrying unlabeled, and now that it has a name it weighs different. I don't know if the fear is wrong, I say. Tell me something. She leans forward slightly. Elbows on the table. When Voss took those runs at Kowalski, the kid on your team, what did you do? I stepped in. Did you hurt Voss? No. Why not? I think about it. The honest answer. Because it wasn't necessary. Because the point wasn't damage. The point was, stop. Back off. Move. And it worked. Yes. So you made a decision, she says. A calm one. And the decision was proportionate. She holds my gaze. That's not the same thing as Rochester. It felt like the same engine, I say. Bruno. She says my name the way she said it in the parking lot, not transactionally. Just my name, by itself, like she's placing her hand on a door to feel whether it's safe to open. The engine is not the problem. The engine is what makes you good at what you do. What you're describing is knowing you have that inside you and choosing what you do with it. She pauses. That's not something to be afraid of. That's called being an adult. I look at her. She looks back. The man in that article, she says. Is that who you are right now? No. Is it who you want to be? No. Then we're not talking about the article, she says. We're talking about you. She sits back. Her voice is completely level. And I'm not afraid of you. The kitchen is still. I sit with what she said, not rushing through it, not dismissing it, letting it sit the way she sits with things, giving it the full weight it deserves. 3 years of a story I've been telling myself. 3 years of a switch held deliberately in one position. She found the story in 5 minutes and named the part I'd been getting wrong without making me feel small for having gotten it wrong. She stands up. She goes to the kettle on the worktop and fills it and turns it on. Her back is to me for a moment and I watch her, the straight shoulders, the small movements of someone doing a familiar task, the economy of motion she brings to everything in this kitchen. She comes back to the table. She sits. The kettle starts its low building sound across the room. I should have told you earlier, I say. You told me when you could, she says. That's generous. That's true. She looks at me straight. You told me when you trusted me enough to tell me. That's how it works. I look at the table. At my hands. At the distance between my hands and hers, which is the length of the table, which is not very far. I think about Rochester. About the corridor and the weight I've been carrying and the 3 years of careful isolation and what it cost and what it protected and whether any of it was worth any of it. I think about a parking lot and I wasn't planning to. I think about a kitchen floor at 3 a.m. and one turned palm. I look up at Pearl. She is looking back at me with the full open face I have been memorizing since the first morning, the one that doesn't appear for everyone, the one she only turns on fully when she's decided something is real and worth the exposure. She has that face right now. Completely. She reaches across the table. Her hand comes to rest on the back of mine, light at first, Then settling, warm and real and not going anywhere. I look at it. Her hand on mine. The callus at the base of her index finger. The small flower mark at her wrist she hasn't noticed. I turn my hand over. I hold on. We don't say anything. The kettle builds to its boil across the kitchen and clicks off, and the steam curls up in the warm air, and outside on the street a car passes, and then the street is quiet and the kitchen is warm and it smells like cinnamon, and something is finished and something else has begun, and neither of us tries to say what either of those things is. We don't need to. We just sit in the kitchen with our hands held together across the table, and the night outside and the kettle cooling on the worktop, and 3 years of weight going somewhere else, somewhere I don't need to follow it, somewhere it can sit without me. Her thumb moves slightly against my palm. I close my eyes. One breath in. One out. For the first time in 3 years, it costs nothing. Chapter 18. Plot point 2, All is Lost. Pearl's POV. 2 weeks is not a long time. I know this. I am a practical woman and I understand arithmetic, and 2 weeks is 14 days, which is nothing, which is a blip, which is the length of time it takes for a sourdough starter to properly establish, or a bruise to fully fade, or a seed to decide whether it's going to become anything. 2 weeks is also long enough to rearrange the furniture of your life around a person without noticing you've done it. Bruno stays after closing on Tuesdays. Not every Tuesday, some weeks training runs long, some weeks there's a road game, but enough Tuesdays that I've started thinking of it as a thing that happens. He sits at the corner table after the last customer leaves, and I bring 2 coffees and we talk, or we don't, or some of both, and the hour or 2 between closing and when he leaves has become its own specific kind of quiet that I have found, against all my careful intentions, that I depend on. He came to the last 2 home games with a ticket Jonesy apparently organized through the team's guest allocation. He sat 2 rows behind where Cleo and I usually sit, and he didn't tell me he was there. I found out when I turned around at the end of the second period, and there he was. He raised his chin. I turned back around. I spent the third period completely unable to tell you a single thing that happened on the ice. Mama has met him twice. Once when he stayed late on a Tuesday and she came downstairs for water and found us at the kitchen table with the inventory spread between us because I'd mentioned the ordering system needed reorganizing, and he'd offered to help in the specific way he offers things, not asking, just starting to do it. The second time deliberately, on a Saturday morning when I brought him upstairs for coffee after the rush and Mama was having a good day and sitting by the window in the good chair. She looked at him for a long moment. He looked back, steady. "Sit down," she said. "You're making the room feel small." He sat. She asked him 3 questions, about hockey, about his mother, about what he thought of the neighborhood, and she listened to every answer with the full attention she gives to things she's decided matter. Afterward, when he'd gone back downstairs, she looked at me over the rim of her cup. "The big quiet one," she said, with the approval in her voice she usually saves for things she's decided are well made. I did not tell her she was right, because telling Mama she's right about things she was already certain about only makes her more certain. But she was right. She is almost always right. Derek Voss comes in on a Thursday. 11:15, mid-morning lull, the rush settled and the room down to 4 tables. I'm doing restocking at the back of the display case when the bell above the door goes, and I look up and I know him immediately, not from the locker room visit Bruno mentioned, not from the team roster I looked up after the bean counter situation. I know him because I am good at reading people, and Derek Voss has the specific quality of a person who has already decided how a room is going to go before he walks into it. Charming. Deliberate. The smile that arrives a half second before it should, which means it's been placed rather than happened. He orders a flat white. He pays. He goes to a table, not the corner table, the one nearest the window, which is a choice that says something about a man who wants to be seen from the street. He sits. He opens his phone. He looks like a customer. He is not a customer. I know this by the second time he glances at the counter. Not at the pastry case. At me. I make the next order. I deliver it. I come back behind the counter and I wait, because whatever this is I am not going to go looking for it. He comes to the counter at 11:35. Another flat white. I ask. Please. He puts his card on the counter. He looks around the room with the expression of someone complimenting a space they are not actually interested in. Nice place. Great community feature, by the way, I saw the Storms post. Thank you. Bruno speak highly of it. There it is. I keep my face where it is. I make the coffee. I keep my hands doing the ordinary things they do because hands that are busy are harder to read than hands that have gone still. He's a regular customer, I say. Of course. He takes the cup. Wraps both hands around it. He has the body language of a man who thinks he's being subtle and isn't. Must be nice. Having that kind of loyalty from someone in the public eye. He waits. I don't fill the silence. The thing is, he says, and here is where the pleasant voice takes on a different quality, still friendly on the surface, something else entirely underneath. Bruno's been going through a difficult period. The inquiry. The article. Management's been watching closely. I look at him. He holds the look easily. He has practice at this. There's documentation, he says, of a personal relationship affecting his focus. His ice time. His decision-making on and off the ice. A pause. Management's concern is that he's distracted. Emotionally compromised, was the phrase someone used. Who used that phrase? I ask. It's come up in a few conversations. He says it lightly, with the ease of someone who has had weeks to prepare this delivery and has rehearsed it enough times that it sounds spontaneous. I'm not telling you this to be cruel, Pearl. I'm telling you because you seem like someone who genuinely cares about him. He picks up his cup. And the kindest thing you could do right now, for his career, is step back. The bakery is quiet. Mrs. Adichie is at her usual table, head down over her crossword. The couple by the back wall are looking at their phones. No one is listening. No one heard. I look at Derek Voss. At the pleasant face and the placed smile and the hands holding the coffee cup with the ease of someone who expected more pushback than he's getting and is slightly wrong-footed by my stillness. I take his cup off the counter. I'm going to need you to leave now, I say. He blinks. Pearl. This is my business, I say. My floor. My counter. I set the cup down behind me. I'll refund your flat white at the door. You're welcome to come back another time as a customer, which is the only thing you've been in here today that you were honest about. I hold the door open. Goodbye, Derek. He leaves. Not fast, he goes at the pace of a man maintaining his dignity, but he goes. I close the door. I go to the counter. I wipe the space where his cup was. Mrs. Adichie does not look up from her crossword. Well done, she says, to the page. I hold it together until closing. That's not difficult. I've held bigger things together across longer stretches and the work always helps. The physical, methodical, hands-busy work of running the bakery fills the parts of my brain that would otherwise be running the conversation on a loop. I serve. I make. I clean. I close. Cleo is at a friend's in the evening. Mama is settled and comfortable upstairs. The building is quiet. I sit at the desk in the back and I think. Not about what Derek said. I know what Derek said and I know the purpose it was built for and I know, with the part of myself that reads people and has been doing it for 26 years, that most of it was constructed. He is not doing this out of concern. He is doing this because Bruno is a problem he has decided to solve and I am the most efficient tool available. I know all of that. But I open the Storms website on my laptop. I go to the stats page. Bruno's ice time over the last 6 games. The numbers are there, public, numerical, free of interpretation. I look at them the way I look at a recipe I suspect has a flaw, not hoping to find it, just checking. The numbers don't lie. His average ice time per game is down 4 minutes from the season start. He's been held off 2 power play units he was on in September. I close the laptop. I sit with the dark screen. The reduced ice time could be tactical. Could be a line rotation change. Could be a dozen things that have nothing to do with me, and I know this, and I am not someone who builds conclusions on incomplete information. I have always been someone who looks at every angle before she moves. But here is the angle I keep coming back to. Derek Voss told me that loving me is costing Bruno something. And I cannot prove he's wrong. I open the laptop again. I close it again. The thing about measuring everything, about checking every price before you invest, is that sometimes you do the calculation and the number comes out and it is not the number you wanted. What if it costs him the career? Not the woman who measures question, not the careful from a distance question. The real one. The 3 a.m. floor question. What if the thing that matters most to him, the one thing that has always been the language of how he loves, the showing up, the taking the hit, the keeping other people standing, what if I am the reason he loses it? I think about his mother. 2 jobs, double shifts, hands red from linen chemicals. The paychecks he sent home. The career that meant he could do that. The career that is the whole architecture of everything he built from that hallway in Rochester and those 3 years of quiet. I think about the ice time numbers on the screen. I think about his face when he told me the truth about Rochester. The way it cost him. The way he gave it to me anyway. I think he would not pull back to protect himself. He's never pulled back for himself. Not once. Which means if something costs him, he will let it. He will let me cost him everything and call it fine. The kitchen clock reads 11:42. I make a decision. Not a dramatic one. Not a clean break or a confrontation or an announcement. The quiet kind. The kind I make the way I do everything, carefully, with attention to all the angles, without flinching from what it costs. I will step back. Not disappear. Not cut it clean. Just pull the warmth in slightly. Keep the door at business. Stop going to the games. Keep the Tuesdays brief and professional. Give his management nothing to document and Derek nothing to use and Bruno the clear air he needs to get through the inquiry and keep the career his mother's double shifts helped build. It is the right thing to do. I am completely sure of it. I am also, and I will not pretend otherwise, into the empty kitchen, very quietly falling apart. He comes in the next morning at 7:15. I hear the bell and I look up and there he is, same jacket, same stillness, same economy of movement toward the counter. He looks like he always looks. He looks like the first morning, large and quiet and reading the room from the door. I put the working smile on. Morning, I say. Usual. He looks at me. I hold the smile. Something moves through his face. Small and quick, gone before it fully arrives, but I know his face now and I see it. A flicker of something that is not confusion. Closer to the specific alertness of someone who has just walked into a room where the temperature is different than it should be and can't yet identify the source. He looks at the display case. He looks at me. Yeah, he says. I make his order. I pass it across. He pays. He goes to the corner table. He sits. I go back to the counter. I do not bring him the croissant. I wipe the machine in 3 clean strokes and I move to the next order and I keep my hands busy and I do not look at the corner table more than twice in the next 40 minutes, which is already twice more than I should. When I clear his table after he leaves, the tip is there. $12. Same as always. But the newspaper is still folded on the same page he opened it to. He didn't turn a single page. Chapter 19. Cold counter. Bruno's POV. I play the worst game of my season on a Saturday night and I know it while it's happening and I cannot stop it. It's not physical. My legs are fine, my edges are good, I'm reading the ice the way I always read it. The problem is somewhere behind all of that. Somewhere in the part of a game that runs on instinct, the part that fires before thinking, that puts you in the right place at the right time because you've done this long enough that the body knows without being told. That part is somewhere else tonight. Kowalski takes a hit in the corner in the second period that I should have anticipated. I was watching that defenseman's shoulder all shift, I had the read, I knew it was coming, and I'm half a step late and Kowalski goes down and I am standing at the wrong angle and I already know before I look at the bench that Reyes has seen it. He has seen it. The third period is clean. I make myself make it clean, forcing focus down into each shift, each play, each individual decision in the sequence. It works, technically. I don't miss anything else. But it's work in a way it shouldn't be work and the effort required is itself the problem. You cannot play well by effort alone. The best hockey I've ever played has always been the kind where the effort disappears, where I'm just on the ice and the game is happening and I'm part of it without the gap between thinking and doing. There is a gap tonight. The gap has Pearl's name on it and I cannot close it. Jonesy finds me after. He sits next to me at my locker and he does something I have never once experienced him do in 2 seasons of playing together. He says nothing. Not one word. He sits. He unlaces his skates. He gets changed. He does every post-game thing, he does every game night, and he does all of it in complete silence, and that silence is the loudest thing in the room, and it is specifically shaped and I know exactly what shape it is. I finish getting changed. Don't, I say. I didn't say anything, Jonesy says. You're very loud. I'm sitting here. Jonesy. He turns to look at me. His face has the careful patience of a man who has a lot to say and has chosen this once to wait until he's asked. I don't know what I did, I say. It comes out flat and honest because I'm too tired for anything else. I've been through everything. I can't find it. He looks at me. What changed, he says. Nothing. That's the, nothing changed. One morning it was different and I don't know why. He holds the look for a moment. He nods once. He goes back to his bag. That's it. That's all he gives me tonight. He doesn't push and he doesn't explain, and whatever he knows or thinks he knows he keeps behind his teeth, which is not the Jonesy I share a training facility with, and the departure from it sits in my chest for the whole drive home like a stone I don't know what to do with. I go back to the old patterns. It's easy. Easier than I want it to be. Protein, practice, film. Sleep as much as my body will take. Eat the same 4 things in rotation. The training becomes the structure again, the way it was before, the way it was for 3 years of kept switches and clean edges and nothing soft enough to break. I don't go to sugarcoat for a week. I tell myself I'm giving her space. I've been in and out of that bakery every morning for weeks, which is a lot, which is perhaps more than she signed up for, which is a sentence I use in my own head to avoid the sentence I don't want to use, which is that I am doing the exact thing I always do when something gets large enough to frighten me. I go quiet. On the 8th day I get in the truck and I drive to her street. I don't examine the decision. I've been arguing with myself about it for 4 days and the argument has been useless and the uselessness of it has its own answer, so I park on Archer Street and I walk the 2 blocks and I push the door open and the bell goes and the smell hits me and I feel, for the first time in 8 days, something in my chest go slightly less tight. Pearl looks up from the counter. There it is. The working smile. The professional warmth. Everything in its right place and correct and proper and exactly, specifically, slightly wrong. I've been reading this face for months. I know the difference between the warmth she gives customers and the warmth she gives me, and right now I am receiving the customer version and I don't know what to do with that information because I don't know why, and not knowing why is the part that has no floor to it. Morning, she says. Usual. Yeah. She makes the order. She passes it across. Our fingers don't touch and I don't know if that's deliberate or chance, and the not knowing is worse than either answer would be. I go to the corner table. I sit. I open the paper. She doesn't come to the table. Not the croissant, not the extra coffee at 10, not the quiet check-in she does when the rush has cleared and we've developed the habit of being in the same space with the particular easiness of people who have learned each other. She stays at the counter. She works. She talks to every other customer the way she always does, warm, present, that laugh at the kid's joke, the extra pastry to Mr. Ferreira without charging. She is kind. She is present. The door between us is half closed. I sit at my table and I stare at the same paragraph for 30 minutes and I run through every interaction in the past 2 weeks looking for what I missed. What I said or didn't say. Whether I pushed too hard or not hard enough. Whether the Tuesday nights became too much. Whether telling her Rochester was more than she could hold and she held it anyway because she's Pearl and then put it down when I wasn't watching. I don't find anything. That's the worst part. If I had done something I could fix it. I know how to fix. I know how to step in and take the hit and do the physical work of changing a situation. But you cannot fix a thing when you cannot find the break. I never asked for this. The thought arrives the way thoughts do at the wrong time, fully formed, and I sit with it and I feel the sharp dishonest edge of it. That's a lie. I asked for it every morning I walked through that door. Every exact change payment and $12 tip and newspaper I didn't read. Every time I stayed at the corner table longer than any reasonable person stays at a corner table. Every time I moved my hand 1 inch on a kitchen floor at 3 in the morning. I asked for all of it. And now I'm sitting here and I can't have the coffee without feeling the absence of everything else, and this is exactly why I don't do this. This is exactly what I knew would happen. I look at the coffee. I look at the counter. Pearl is making someone's order. She's turned slightly away. Her pen is behind her ear. She is humming something low, just barely, the way she hums when she thinks no one is listening, and for a second it is the most painful thing I have ever heard. I stand up. I put on my jacket. I leave. The cup is still on the table. 3/4 full. I have never once left without finishing the coffee. Jonesy is at my apartment at 7 that evening. I don't ask how he knows I need him to be here. He texts when he's outside and I open the door and he walks in and sits on the couch with the immediate comfort of someone who has been here before and will be here again and doesn't need to make a production of any of it. I sit across from him. "You need to know something," he says. His voice is different. Not the chirping, not the patient comedy of his usual register. This is the Jonesy who skates beside me in the third period of bad games and doesn't say anything and doesn't leave either. "Tell me," I say. Derek came to sugarcoat. The room goes very quiet. "When?" I say. "Thursday last week." The PR manager heard him talking about it in the corridor outside Rhea's office. Heard him call it. Jonesy pauses. His jaw moves slightly. Handling the distraction. I look at my hands on my knees. Handling the distraction. The whole sequence of it runs through my head, click click click, clean and terrible. Derek at the bean counter. Derek timing his arrival in Millhaven to land exactly when the inquiry opened. Derek taking a run at Kowalski on the ice, not because he wanted to hurt Kowalski, I understand now, but because he was reading me. Checking my response time. Finding out what it looked like when I held back. Building a file. Building a story. And then going to her. What did he say to her? I say. I don't know the exact words. Jonesy. I don't. I only know he was there and what he said after. He leans forward, forearms on his knees. Bruno. She didn't do this to you. She didn't back off because she decided she wanted to. He went in there and said whatever he said and she is doing what she thinks is right for you. I look at him. She's protecting you, Jonesy says. In the only way she thinks she can right now. She doesn't know you know. I stand up. Bruno. I'm not going to do anything tonight. The words come out flat and exact. I'm going to practice tomorrow. I'm going to be clean on the ice. I'm going to wait until I can say it right. He looks at me for a long moment. He reads my face the way only Jonesy reads my face. Okay, he says. He gets up. He goes to the door. He stops. For what it's worth, he says, she sent pastries to the arena when you went quiet. She brought them herself. She told the desk it was a business thing. He opens the door. It wasn't a business thing. He leaves. I stand in the middle of my apartment. I think about Derek walking into the warmth of Sugarcoat with his place smile and his deliberate voice and sitting across from Pearl and saying the thing he knew would land. I think about Pearl listening. Doing the calculation the way she does every calculation, carefully, with attention to all the angles, at the cost of what it cost her. Protecting me. Paying for it herself. Saying nothing. I think about a kitchen floor and right now I'm not measuring anything and I think about what it would cost someone who measures everything to stop measuring and then start again. I sit down. I breathe. I wait. Chapter 20. What Jonesy said. Pearl's POV. The charity event is at the arena on a Friday afternoon and I have been setting up the Sugarcoat table since 2 o'clock. It is a good table. I spent Thursday evening on it, the linens, the tiered stands, the handwritten menu cards that match the bakery's branding. Bex from the communications office helped me carry things in and made approving noises at the layout and I focused on the work of it, the physical, straightforward work of setting things out correctly, because work has always been the thing that turns the noise down. It's been 12 days since I stepped back. I have not been counting. That sentence is not true. I have been counting in the way you count things you told yourself you wouldn't count, not deliberately, just finding the number present every morning when I wake up, automatic as the time. 12 days of business only. 12 days of the working smile at the counter and the orders made and the tips received and everything correct and proper and exactly as it was before the wet vac at midnight and the kitchen floor and 2 hands held across a table in the smell of cinnamon. I have not been to a game. Cleo has not said a single word about any of it since the morning I told her what Derek said, which is the longest she has ever gone without having an opinion about something that affected me and which tells me everything about how serious she thinks the situation is. Mama asked me once, 4 days ago, whether the big quiet one was well. I said I thought so. She looked at me for a moment and went back to her crossword and I went downstairs and stood in the kitchen for 5 minutes doing absolutely nothing, which I never do, before I remembered what my hands were supposed to be doing. The event lobby is filling up. Storm staff, local vendors, a junior hockey program that Bruno donates to anonymously. I know this because Jonesy told me once, offhand, not realizing I'd file it. Kids in gear running on the smooth floor tiles with the wild energy of children who have been told not to run and have decided that instruction doesn't apply to them. I'm arranging the last tray when I hear the door at the far end of the lobby. I look up. Bruno is crossing the lobby from the players' corridor entrance. Training kit, jacket, bag on one shoulder. He's talking to someone, one of the coaches, a short conversation, nodding at something being said, and he hasn't seen me yet. I keep arranging the tray. I am a professional at a professional event doing a professional thing and I have had 12 days of practice at this and I am completely capable of being in the same room and behaving exactly as I have been behaving, which is correctly. I do not look up again. I am very aware of exactly where he is in the room. The coach moves away. Footsteps. I hear them change direction and I know, in the specific way I've known things about him since the first morning, that the change in direction is toward me. I set the last tray into place. I look up. He's standing on the other side of the table. Not close, the table is between us, the display and the linens and the 3-tiered stand, but he's stopped directly across from me and his face is doing something I have not seen it do before. Not the closed version. Not the 3 a.m. version. Not the guarded stillness or the reading the room alertness. Something else. Something that is direct and specific and aimed entirely at me, with no armor in it at all. Like a man who has made a decision about what he's going to say and has burned the option of not saying it. He is not performing calm right now. He is not performing anything. I put my hands on the table. Did he come to your bakery, he says. Not a question. He already knows. His voice is low and level and has nothing decorative about it, just the shape of the thing he came here to say. I don't look away. Yes, I say. And you believed him. I stop. I find the honest version, the real one, not the one that's easier to say. I believed he might be right about what I was costing you. The lobby moves around us, the kids and the staff and the volunteers and the noise of a room full of people doing ordinary things, and we are inside a separate silence in the middle of it, a bubble that has its own temperature and its own rules. Pearl. He says my name like he said it in the parking lot. Like it's the whole sentence. Like he needs me to hear it with no other words around it. The only thing costing me is not having. He stops. His jaw tightens. He looks at the table for 1 second, briefly, and I can see him finding the words the way he always finds words, not reaching for the convenient ones, working toward the exact ones, because Bruno Callahan when he speaks means every syllable. You didn't have to protect me from something I chose, he says. The table between us feels very far and very close at the same time. I didn't know you'd chosen it, I say. My voice comes out quieter than I intended. You never said. He holds my gaze and the lobby is full of noise and the kids are running somewhere behind me and I can hear Bex talking into her earpiece near the main doors and all of it is very far away. I'm saying it now, he says. The words go through me from the collar of my coat to the floor. I know what they mean. I know exactly what they mean. I can see it in the way he's standing, in the openness of his face that it costs him and he's paying it anyway, in the specific weight of a man who chose not to walk away from an edge and is telling me so across a bakery table in a hockey arena lobby on a Friday afternoon in front of a charity event. I am saying it now. I open my mouth. Pearl. Bex is at my elbow, clipboard, apologetic smile, the professional urgency of someone who has a schedule and a problem and needs the person nearest her to help solve it. I'm so sorry, the junior hockey kids table got moved and I need to know if you can shift your setup 3 feet left, the photographer needs a clear. I look at Bruno. He looks at me. I see him take the breath. The slow, controlled one he uses when something large needs to be held. He takes it and his face does the smallest possible shift, not closing, not the wall, just the patience of a man who has learned how to wait when waiting is the only available move. Go, he says. Quiet. Just to me. Bruno. I'll be here. Beck says my name again, gentle and apologetic, and I turn because I have to and I follow her across the lobby and I move the display 3 feet left with hands that are completely steady and a chest that is completely not, and I do it all with the full professional competence I have been applying to everything for 12 days because it is the only language I have left when the other one isn't available. I get the table moved. I thank Bex. I turn back to the room. Bruno is across the lobby by the door to the players' corridor, watching me. He hasn't moved. He said I'll be here and he meant it in every sense of the phrase, and I know that and he knows I know it. I look at him across the full width of the lobby, through the kids and the volunteers and the noise and the distance, and something in my chest cracks open quietly, the way a door opens when you finally stop holding it closed. He raises his chin. Just slightly. The same half nod he gave me when he appeared 2 rows behind me at the game. The same one from the parking lot. I see you. I'm here. We're not done. I nod back. Same language. Back to him. I turn to the table. I straighten the last menu card that doesn't need straightening. My hands are warm and the lobby is full, and somewhere across the room a man is standing by a door with no wall in his face and 3 words still hanging in the air between us, incomplete, waiting for the rest of them, waiting for the room that comes next. I'm saying it now. I press my fingertips flat against the table linen. I breathe. I'm ready for the room that comes next. Chapter 21. On Thin Ice. Bruno's POV. The league letter arrives on a Tuesday. Not the follow-up letter, not a request for additional documentation. The final one. The one with the specific formal language that means the process is finished and here is what the process found. Inconclusive. That's the word they use. The inquiry found insufficient evidence to support the allegation of premeditated conduct. The suspension from 3 years ago stands as the formal record. No further action. Case closed. I read it twice at the kitchen table with my coffee going cold and I feel, not relief, exactly. More like the specific feeling of putting something down that you've been carrying long enough that you forgot you were carrying it. Not lighter. Just different. Like your body remembering what standing upright without a weight feels like. Not exonerated. I know what that means and what it doesn't mean. The truth of Rochester lives in me and always will, not the league's version, not the article's version, the actual version. And a letter saying inconclusive doesn't change what I know about what I felt in that corridor. But it closes the external part of it. The part Derek built his play on. I set the letter down. I think about Derek. He's still here. Still on the roster. Reyes has been running him on the 4th line with reduced minutes, which is not a coincidence and not subtle. Whatever Reyes knows or suspects about how the inquiry started, he's making his position clear in the language coaches use: ice time, line placement, the quiet redistribution of opportunity that doesn't require a single spoken word. My contract is still month to month. That hasn't changed. But the letter is on my table and the weight is different and I sit with that for a while before I go to practice. Reyes pulls me in after the afternoon skate. His office. Same whiteboard, same photo of his daughter, same posture, leaning on the desk with his arms crossed, the standing conversation that means short and direct. He has the letter open on his desk. He's already read it. Of course he has, it goes to the organization as well. Good news, he says. Yeah. You feel it. I think about the word inconclusive. Mostly. He nods. He looks at me for a moment with the specific attention he gives to players he's trying to read past the surface of. Reyes has been coaching for 20 years and he has the eyes for it, the kind that don't miss the small things. I want to say something to you, he says. And I want you to hear it before you decide what to do with it. Okay. Whatever's going on in your personal life. He pauses. Not discomfort, deliberateness. He's choosing the words carefully. It's been showing up in your game. I hold still. Not the way Voss told management, he says. Not the way that letter was supposed to make it look. He pushes off the desk slightly. You're sharper, Bruno. You're calmer. You're reading play better than you have in 2 seasons. Your plus-minus since the season started is the best number you've posted since I've had you. He holds my gaze. That's not a man who's distracted. That's a man who's settled. In a way you weren't before. I look at the whiteboard. My name on the second line. Second line, not fourth. So I don't know what Voss told management, Reyes says. And I don't know what he said or did outside this building. But I'm telling you, whatever the thing is that's doing that to your game, don't lose it. A pause. Don't let anyone make you think it costs you more than it gives you. Because the numbers say it doesn't. I stand in his office. I think about a parking lot and a paper bag through which 2 people held on. I think about a kitchen floor and 1 turn palm and a sound like something old and load-bearing shifting half an inch. Okay, I say. He nods. Picks up a clipboard. Contract decision comes down in 2 weeks. I want you to know I've already had my conversation with the front office. What did you say? The corner of his mouth moves. That you're exactly the kind of player this organization needs to hold on to. He looks at the clipboard. Get out of my office, Callahan. I get out. I sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds. Then I start the engine. I drive to her street. I park. I look at the bakery. The closed sign is on the front door and the display lights are off, but there's warm light from the back. The kitchen, still running, the way it runs when Pearl is mid-batch on something and the evening belongs to the work. I get out of the truck. I look at my hands. I think, I should bring something. This is the kind of thought a person has when they're nervous and are trying to give their hands a job, but it seems right anyway. You don't knock on someone's door at 9 in the evening without something to show for the walk. There's a paper bag on the passenger seat. I used it to carry lunch from the cafe near the arena and it's empty now except for a wax paper wrapper, and I pick it up anyway because my hands need something to do. I knock on the front door. Then I look at what's in my hand. Then I look at the bakery sign directly above my head. Then I consider, for a brief moment, the geometry of the situation, a man standing at the door of a bakery, holding a paper bag, having just come from the direction of no other bakeries. Pearl opens the door. She's in her work apron, flour on her left forearm, a smudge of something dark, cardamom, probably, at her wrist. Her hair is up in the loose way it goes when she's been working for hours and has stopped caring about it. She looks at me. She looks at the bag. You brought me a croissant, she says. From the bakery. I look down at my hand. At the empty paper bag from the cafe near the arena that has never in its life contained a croissant. I didn't think that through, I say. There is a pause. Then Pearl starts laughing. Not a polite laugh, not a small one. A real laugh, full and warm and startled out of her, both hands coming up briefly to cover it before she lets it go, her whole face changing with it, the careful exterior completely gone, just her laughing in the doorway of her bakery at 9 in the evening at a man holding an empty paper bag. It is the best sound I have ever heard. I am not exaggerating. I have heard good things in my life, crowds, music, my mother's voice on a phone call after a win. This is better than all of them. This is the sound I want to hear for the rest of my life, and I know it completely and immediately, standing on this step holding this empty bag. Come in, she says, when she can say anything. Her voice is still warm with it. You absolute idiot. I go in. Chapter 22. All the words. Pearl's POV. I let him in because there is no version of me that was going to do anything else. I have been standing in my own kitchen for 12 days being someone who was doing the right thing, and the right thing was costing me every single morning at 7:15 when the bell above the door didn't go and the corner table stayed empty and I pressed butter into dough and told myself I was fine with the conviction I stopped believing somewhere around day 4. He's here. He's holding an empty paper bag and his ears are slightly red, and he just made me laugh until my eyes watered in the doorway of my own bakery, and I have never in my life been so relieved to see a person be accidentally ridiculous. Sit down, I say. I've got another 20 minutes on this batch. He sits at the kitchen table. He puts the bag on the table because apparently he's keeping it. I don't ask. I go back to the counter and I check the oven and the temperature is right and the smell coming from it is the warm, deep, dark sugar smell of cardamom cake in the last stretch of baking, which is the best smell in the world as far as I am concerned and has been the smell of this kitchen every day for 12 days for reasons I was not ready to examine directly. I am ready now. I lean against the counter and I look at him at the table. He looks back. The thing between us is unresolved. We both know it. Neither of us is pretending we're here for any other reason, and the not pretending is its own relief, the specific relief of putting down a performance you've been sustaining for longer than it was comfortable. The inquiry closed, he says. I know. I saw. Inconclusive. I know what inconclusive means, I say. I also know what it doesn't mean. He holds my gaze. Yeah. Are you okay with it? He thinks. Real thinking, not the reaching for the acceptable answer thinking. Getting there, he says. It's the right word for it. Inconclusive. A pause. It matches how it sits. I nod. The oven hums. Outside on the street a car passes and the headlights move through the small window above the counter, a sweep of light across the ceiling and gone. Reyes talked to me today, he says. Good talk or hard talk? Good one. He looks at his hands on the table. He said whatever's going on in my personal life is showing up in my game. He looks up. Positively. I look at him. He said I'm sharper, Bruno says. Calmer. Reading play better than I have in 2 seasons. The corner of his mouth moves. He told me not to lose it. The warm thing that moves through my chest at that is almost embarrassing in its size. I press my lips together and I look at the oven door and I think about ice time numbers on a laptop screen at 11:42 at night and the calculation I made and the conclusion I built from it and how completely, entirely, specifically wrong I was. Pearl. He says my name quietly. I look at him. I should have said this earlier. He puts both hands flat on the table, the way he does when he's going to say the real thing and wants to be steady while he says it. I should have said it at the parking lot. At the corridor after the game. On a kitchen floor at 3 in the morning. He pauses. I kept not saying it because I kept thinking the next moment would be the right one and then not taking it because taking it means it's real and real things can break. I am very still. I wasn't just coming in for the coffee, he says. Or the scone. Or the croissant I spent 2 weeks pretending I didn't want. His voice stays level but there is something underneath it that is working to stay level, I can hear the work of it. I came in for you. I kept coming back because of you. Every morning. Every exact change payment and corner table and newspaper I read the same 3 pages of because I wasn't actually reading it. He looks at me directly. I'm not good at this, he says. I don't have the words for it the way other people do. I don't say things the right way at the right time. But I want to try. A pause. If you'll let me. The kitchen is very warm. The part of me that measures everything, that looks at every angle, that checks the price before investing, that has been checking prices my whole adult life because good things leave and she would rather know the cost up front than be surprised by it later, that part is quiet. Not gone. It doesn't go. It's part of who I am and I'm not interested in pretending otherwise. But it's quiet. I look at Bruno Callahan at my kitchen table with his hands flat on the surface and his face completely open and I think about everything he has shown me in the past months without once calling it by its name. The wet vac at midnight. The cafe owner on Archer Street. The pastries on the left side of the case. The way he sits at that corner table and doesn't leave until I look up, every single morning, without fail, without asking for anything in return. You've been saying it, I say. This whole time. He looks at me. The wet vac at midnight, I say. The cafe owner. The way you sit at that table and read the same 3 pages and don't leave until I look up. I hold his gaze. You've been saying it in every language you have. I just didn't want to hear it in case I was wrong. You weren't wrong, he says. I know that now. You've known for a while. Yes. I don't look away. I knew in the corridor after the first game and I told myself it was the light. I knew in the parking lot and I told myself it was the pastries. I knew on a kitchen floor at 3 in the morning and I told myself. What did you tell yourself, he says. I look at him. That it was too much, I say. That it would cost too much. That someone was going to lose something and I was going to be the reason and I couldn't. I stop. Find the honest bottom of it. I couldn't be the thing that took the language away from you. The only one you've ever had. The kitchen is completely silent. Bruno looks at me across the table with the full open face that costs him and he is paying it completely, not managing any of it, not holding any of it back. Pearl, he says. You're not taking anything. You're the only thing that makes it quieter. The oven timer goes off. Neither of us moves. The timer runs. The little mechanical bell of it, insistent and ordinary, the most practical sound in the world filling the warm kitchen and neither of us reaching for it. The cake, I say. Yeah, he says. Neither of us moves. The timer stops. The kitchen goes quiet again. Somewhere in the oven the edges of the cardamom cake are doing what edges do when a timer is ignored, catching, just slightly, going a shade darker than intended, the border between perfect and burned crossed by a margin I will usually not allow. I don't care about the margin tonight. I reach across the table. My hand finds his. His hand turns over. He holds on with the same careful, absolute grip as every other time, as the kitchen floor, as the table in the cinnamon smell quiet, like something he's decided and is not revisiting. We sit in the kitchen while the cardamom cake burns at its edges and the oven ticks and the night outside goes on without us and neither of us says another word because the words have been said, all of them, in every language available, and what's left doesn't need any. Then the knock comes at the back door. 3 of them. Sharp. Not Cleo's knock, Cleo uses her key. Not Jonasy's, Jonesy texts first. Rapid and deliberate, the knock of someone who timed their arrival and is not interested in being turned away. Bruno's hand tightens around mine. He looks at the back door. I look at his face. I see the moment he knows who it is. Chapter 23. Gloves off. Bruno's POV. I know before I open the door. The knock has Derek's rhythm. I've heard it at the locker room, at Rhea's office, at every point in this season where he arrived somewhere prepared and expecting. 3 knocks, even, just slightly too confident. The knock of a man who has already run the scene in his head and cast himself on the right side of it. I stand up. Pearl's hand releases mine. She stands too, beside me, and I want to tell her to stay back. The instinct is there, automatic, the same one that put me between Kowalski and the boards, but I look at her face and I don't say it. She's not moving behind me. She's moving beside me and there's a difference and she doesn't need me to explain it to her. I go to the back door. I open it. Derek is there. He has the same place smile, the same easy posture, and beside him is a man I don't recognize, mid-40s, recorder in hand, the specific energy of a person who has been told he's about to get something and has shown up ready to receive it. Not the same journalist as the Rochester article. A different one. Fresh approach, same play. Derek's eyes go from me to Pearl and back. Bruno, he says. Sorry for the hour. This is Craig Feltham, he writes for. I know what he writes for, I say. Feltham has his recorder tilted slightly toward me already. The small red light is on. Recording. Of course it is, the whole point of this is to have something. A reaction, a statement, a soundbite that says what the article is already written to need. He wants my voice on tape responding to something and whatever I say becomes the thing that proves the thing Derek has already decided to claim. I know this play. I've been watching it run for months. Derek building the case piece by piece, the inquiry, the article, the photo, the visit to Sugarcoat. He's a strategic thinker and he's been patient and he came to this building tonight because he's run out of the slow moves and he needs me to do something loud so he can point at it. I look at the recorder. I look at Derek's face. I feel, very precisely, what I felt in Rochester, not the anger, the other thing, the one that scared me. The cold, absolute clarity of a man who has assessed a situation completely and knows what each available action costs. In Rochester I chose more. I look at Pearl standing beside me. I step back. Not away from the door, I don't close it, I don't retreat, I simply shift my weight backward by 6 inches and I put my hands in my pockets and I look at Derek Voss with every year of the person I have been working to become and I say, quietly and completely, I have nothing to say to you. That's all. No raised voice. No moved muscle. No performance of restraint, actual restraint, the real kind, not the white-knuckle version but the kind that comes from a man who has found the thing worth keeping and has understood with total clarity that losing his hands in this doorway is the one thing that takes it from him. Derek's smile holds for 2 seconds. Then something behind it shifts, the calculation running, the expected result not arriving, the scene he planned not playing. Pearl steps forward. She steps directly to the door, not beside me but in front of it, and she looks at Derek with the expression I've seen her use exactly once before, the day she walked 2 regulars out of her bakery for talking about me at the corner table. Clean authority. No performance. The face of a woman who runs her own building and knows every inch of it. And you, she says to Derek, are banned from this bakery. For life. She holds the door with one hand. Get off my property. She doesn't shout it. She doesn't need to. She says it the way she calls last orders, the way she closes a transaction, the way she does everything, with the complete confidence of someone who built this place from nothing and knows every board and beam of it and will not be moved from a single square foot of it by a man who came here to use it. Derek looks at her. She looks back. Feltham clears his throat. We just have a few questions about, he starts. He said nothing. Pearl doesn't look at Feltham. She keeps her eyes on Derek. I said leave. Those are the 2 things that happened here. That's the whole story. She opens the door wider, not in invitation, in direction. Good night. Derek doesn't move for 3 seconds. He's recalculating. I watch him do it and I watch him arrive at the only answer that doesn't make tonight worse for him, which is that he came here for a reaction and neither of us gave him one and the story he came to capture doesn't exist in this kitchen and won't exist no matter how long he stands in this doorway. He goes. Feltham goes. Pearl closes the door. She slides the bolt across, clean, decisive, the sound of a thing properly finished, and then she stands with her hand flat on the wood for a moment, not moving, and I watch her take the breath. In, slow. Out slower. She turns. She still has her hand on the door and her chin is level and her eyes are very bright in the kitchen light and she is looking at me with the expression she has when she's managed something large and is doing the internal accounting of what it cost. I look at her. You okay? She asks. I am aware, in a way I have not been aware in 3 years, of what is in my chest and what is not. What's not there is the weight. The cold specific gravity of Rochester that I have been carrying since that corridor, since the wife at the door, since the switch I flipped and held for 3 years in the belief that keeping it flipped was the only responsible thing I could do with myself. It's not gone. I don't think it goes entirely. But it's different now. It has a different mass. What's in its place is something I don't have a polished word for. Steady. Like a man standing on ice he has tested and found solid and has decided to trust. Yeah, I say. My voice is level and I mean it. Yeah, I am. I reach out. Pearl's hand is still at her side and I close mine over it and she turns hers over the way she does, the same way on the kitchen floor, the same way across the table 10 minutes ago, like it's a motion she's made 100 times now and will make 100 more. We stand at the back door of the bakery with the bolt across and the warm kitchen behind us and the smoke-edged smell of cardamom cake that went slightly too long drifting through the air. The cake, she says. Yeah, I say. She doesn't move. I don't either. It's burned, she says. Probably. I don't care. Neither do I. She looks up at me with that full open face and the kitchen light catches the flower at her wrist and the work-loose hair and the bright eyes and everything about her that I have been cataloging since the first morning, all the details I had no use for and filed anyway, every single one of them, and I understand now what I was doing. I was building something. Without knowing I was building it, without intending to, I was making a record of a person I was going to need. She steps forward. Or I do. In practice you can always tell who initiates a collision, weight, angle, which shoulder drops first. Here I genuinely cannot tell. We are both moving at the same time in the same direction and it is less like a decision than like gravity, like the geometry of 2 things that have been in orbit long enough that the distance finally runs out. She puts her hand against my jaw. Warm. Careful. Her thumb at the edge of my cheekbone, the callus at her index finger that I know the history of. I put my hand over hers. And I hold on. Later, and I won't give account of the time, some things don't need a clock, we sit at the kitchen table with the burned cardamom cake between us and Pearl cuts 2 pieces and puts one in front of me and we eat it. The edges are charred, sharp in the mouth. The middle is perfect. Dark sugar and the warm bite of cardamom and the specific texture of something made by someone who knows how. It's good, I say. The middle is. She takes another bite. The edges are a disaster. I like the edges. She looks at me. The burned part, I say. It's good. Different. She is quiet for a moment with her fork resting on the plate. Then she looks at me across the table with the face she keeps for real things, no armor, no working smile, no measuring, and she says, "You're going to be okay, Bruno. You know that. Not a question." She says it the way she says the things she's decided are true and is done debating. "Yeah," I say. "I know." She nods. We finish the cake. Outside, the street is dark and quiet and Millhaven is doing the thing small cities do in the deep evening, going inward, settling, the particular piece of a place that doesn't have the size to run all night. Pearl's building breathes around us. The refrigerator hums. Somewhere above us the quiet sounds of Mama's television drift through the ceiling, low and warm and familiar. I do not want to be anywhere else on earth. I think this clearly and I do not argue with it and I do not examine it for the angle that makes it dangerous. I just let it be true. 2 days later I'm at practice when Jonesy skates up beside me during the water break with a look on his face that is trying very hard to be neutral and is not succeeding. "What?" I say. He hands me his phone. On the screen is an email forwarded through the Storm's internal system. The sender is the front office. The subject line is 2 words, contract renewal. I look at it. I look at Jonesy. He is smiling so broadly it looks structural. "Read it," he says. I read it. 2 years. Full terms. Starting next season. I hand him back the phone. I pick up my stick. I skate back to the drill. "That's it," Jonesy says, skating beside me. "That's your reaction. What do you want?" Some kind of, I don't know, expression of. "I'm fine, Jonesy." Bruno. It's a good contract. It's a great contract and you know it and you have no face about it whatsoever. He shakes his head. "You're going to go tell her, aren't you? Right after practice." That's where the face is going. I line up for the drill. "Callahan." Jonesy is grinning. He has been waiting for this for 2 seasons and he is going to enjoy every second of it and there is nothing I can do about that. She's going to be happy. "Drop it, Jonesy. I'm just saying." The whistle goes. I skate. He is right and I already know it and the whole practice I carry it in the part of my chest where the weight used to be, warm and specific in mine, and when the whistle goes for the final time I am already thinking about 2 blocks from the arena and a bell above a door and a woman who burns cardamom cake in the best possible way. Chapter 24. What the croissant was always about. Pearl's POV. He comes in at 7:15. I hear the bell above the door the way I've heard it every morning for months, that specific sound, the one that has its own weight now, its own particular quality of anticipation that starts somewhere in my chest about 30 seconds before he arrives because I know his schedule and his habits and the exact rhythm of his footsteps on the pavement outside. I am behind the counter pulling the first tray of the morning when the door opens and the light comes in and Bruno Callahan fills the frame the same way he filled it on the very first morning, completely, quietly, like the space was always going to be this size and was just waiting for him to confirm it. He looks at me. I look at him. The same counter between us as always. The same chalkboard menu behind me that hasn't changed in 8 months. The same display case with the croissants on the left side, facing the corner table, because the light is better there, which is a lie I stopped pretending to believe sometime around week 3 and have kept telling myself out of a fondness for the habit. "Morning," I say. "Morning." He comes to the counter. He doesn't look at the board. He doesn't look at the display case. He looks at me with the direct, unhurried attention that I spent the first weeks of knowing him finding unnerving and now find, I won't reach for another word, this one is accurate, necessary. Like something my day doesn't fully start without. I put a croissant on the counter before he opens his mouth. He looks at it. He looks at me. The corner of his mouth does the thing it does now, not quite a smile, not quite not one, something that lives in the territory between them that I have come to understand is his specific version of happy and that I receive every time like something given rather than shown. You didn't ask what I wanted, he says. I know what you want. You've always known what I want. Yes, I say. I have. He pays. He tips $12, same as always, exact change counted out beforehand, same as always, the habit so established now it's its own language, its own daily declaration that requires nothing in return and gives everything. He goes to the corner table. He sits. He opens the paper. The morning moves through its rhythms. The 8 o'clock rush, the thinning at 9, the mid-morning regular settling in for the long sit. Mrs. Adichie at the window table with her crossword. Mr. Ferreira with his coffee that I make before he asks because he's been here every Thursday for 2 years and I know how it takes. The mother with the stroller who always looks tired and always looks up when she tastes the coffee like she's remembering something good. Cleo comes down at 9:30 with her hair still wrapped and takes a stool at the end of the counter. She's been doing this more since she extended her visit indefinitely, the conversation about which was very brief and consisted mainly of Mama saying stay and Cleo saying okay and me pretending I wasn't relieved. She sits with her coffee and looks at the corner table and looks at me and says nothing, which is the thing she does now. She has been saying nothing for weeks with the specific quality of a person who has said everything they needed to say and is waiting contentedly for the world to catch up. Stop, I say, without looking at her. I'm just sitting here, she says. You're doing the face. I have a resting pleasant face, Pearl. It's not my fault it reads a certain way. I make the next order. I call the name. I hand it across. At the corner table, Bruno has been on the same page of the sports section for 40 minutes. This is not unusual. This has never been unusual. What is different from the first weeks is that I stopped pretending to myself that it was unusual and he stopped pretending that the newspaper was the reason he was here, and somewhere in the space between those two admissions we found something that fits us both the way a kitchen fits someone who has spent years learning to work in it, not perfectly, not without its difficult corners, but exactly right in the ways that matter. Mama comes downstairs at 10. This is new. Since the flood she's been more cautious with the stairs, her balance on the bad days isn't always reliable and the steps are narrow and I installed the extra rail last month but it still takes her longer than it used to. Today is a good day and she takes the stairs slowly and I watch from the counter without going to help because she has told me, very clearly, twice, that she does not want me to hover and that she will ask if she needs assistance and hovering is not assistance it is commentary on her limitations and she does not need that kind of commentary. She makes it down. She finds the stool at the counter that Cleo moves off for her. She settles. She looks around the room with the sharp-eyed satisfaction of someone who approves of what they see, which she does every time she comes in, as if the bakery is something that pleases her not because it belongs to me but because it is itself a good thing. Then she looks at the corner table. Bruno looks up from the newspaper at that moment, the awareness he carries everywhere, that reading the room instinct that never really goes offline. He sees Mama. He nods once. Clean and respectful, the way he nods at people he means something to. Mama nods back. She turns to me and says, very quietly, so only I hear, he's still here. Yes, I say. Every morning. Every morning. She picks up her coffee. She looks at the cup. Good, she says, in the tone she uses for things that have been decided and need no further discussion. Cleo, on the stool beside her, is doing the face again. I let her. At 11, when the room has thinned to 4 tables and the morning noise has gone soft, I do the thing I do when the rush is over and the space opens up. I move through the room with a cloth and bust the empty tables and straighten the chairs and let myself have the quiet that lives inside a well-run morning. The specific satisfaction of a thing done right. Bruno is still at the corner table. This is the part that is different now. Not the staying, he has always stayed. But the quality of it. In the first weeks there was something watchful in how he sat, something that was half present in the room and half somewhere else, managing the distance. Now he just sits. Both feet on the floor, paper half-read, coffee cooling without apology, a man who has found a place he doesn't need to explain himself in and has stopped preparing for the moment it ends. I come to his table with the cloth. He looks up. Store doesn't close for 4 hours, I say. I know. You're going to sit there the whole time. He looks at me. Dark and steady and completely present, the full attention that I spent weeks finding unnerving and now find, always, like being properly seen. You going to be here the whole time, he says. That's generally how owning a bakery works, yes. Then yeah, he says. I look at him. He looks at me. I do not tell him I love him. Not yet. The words are there, I know exactly where they are, I've known for a while, I filed them in the specific place I keep things I'm not ready to use yet. But the filing feels different now. Less like protection and more like patience. Like a baker who knows the dough needs the full time and won't rush it because she knows what happens when you do. The words will come. In a kitchen, probably, late at night, when neither of us is performing anything and the ordinary truth of the thing can just arrive without ceremony. I can wait for that. I'm good at that. I go back behind the counter. I put on a new playlist, something easy and warm that fills the room without demanding anything from it. I start a fresh batch of cardamom cake because I have inventory to use and the Hartwell order needs a test batch and Bruno is at the corner table and the afternoon is long and good. I mix the flour. I measure the spice. I press and fold and press and fold. I hum. I don't think about stopping. I haven't tried to stop for weeks now, the trying was the thing that made it loud, the noticing and the managing. Now I just let it happen, the way I let most things happen since the kitchen floor at 3 a.m., since a turn palm, since a charity event lobby and I'm saying it now in a back door with the bolt across and burned edges and a perfect middle. I hum and I work in across the warm, flour-dusted room. The toughest man I've ever met sits in the corner with the sports section and the corner of his mouth does the thing it does, the almost smile, the one that is specifically and only for me. I know because I have watched his face for months and I have never once seen him give it to anyone else. I feel it from behind the counter without looking. I always feel it. I smile at the bowl in my hands and I let it stay there, and outside on the street Millhaven goes about its ordinary morning and in here the espresso machine hums and the playlist moves from one song to the next and Mama and Cleo talk quietly at the counter and Mrs. Adichie turns a page of her crossword and the cardamom cake will take 45 minutes and that is exactly enough time for everything to be exactly this. For now. For now this is enough. For now this is everything. Epilogue. 1 year later. Bruno's POV. The sign above the door reads Sugarcoat and underneath it, in smaller letters, and Company, which is new. Cleo designed it. She did 3 drafts and brought them all to the kitchen table and spread them out and asked my opinion with the very specific energy of someone who has already decided and is confirming rather than consulting. I told her the second one. She told me I had good taste. Pearl said he always picks the croissant and they both laughed at something I wasn't fully inside and I let them have it. The and Company refers to the new space. Pearl took the lease on the old candle shop next door in February, the wall knocked through, the floor matched, the counter extended to run the full length of both rooms. It's bigger now but it doesn't feel bigger. She has the skill of making any space feel like the specific size it should be, which I've come to understand is not about architecture. It's about what she brings into it. Tonight is the charity fundraiser. Junior hockey program, the one I've been donating to since my 3rd year in the league, quietly, through a third-party account, the way I do things I don't need acknowledged. Pearl found out about it 4 months ago through Jonesy, who cannot keep a secret from her because nobody can keep a secret from her, and she decided without discussion that the fundraiser would be at Sugarcoat's new space and that she would run the baked goods table and that I would run the silent auction. I did not argue with this. I have learned, over the past year, that Pearl making a decision sounds like asking but isn't, not because she doesn't care about my opinion, but because when she has already decided something is right she moves toward it with the same economy she brings to everything, and the most useful thing I can do is keep up. I am good at keeping up. I am the best I have been at keeping up in my entire adult life, and the reason is standing 12 feet away explaining to a 6-year-old boy how a silent auction paddle works with a patience that I know from the inside is completely genuine and not at all performed. The room is full. Kids in gear, parents in their nice clothes, Storm staff and community partners, and the usual Millhaven mix of people who show up for youth hockey because the city understands that the ice belongs to everyone. The junior program coordinator is circulating with the composure of a man trying to hold 12 things together at once and mostly succeeding. Bex has a camera somewhere. I am standing at the silent auction table. This is, objectively, not what I'm built for. I know it. The families coming to the table know it. There is a specific expression on the faces of parents approaching to look at the auction items that involves a slight recalibration when they look from the table to the person standing behind it and find 240 pounds of hockey enforcer where they expected a volunteer coordinator. I have gotten better at this. Not comfortable, exactly. But present. I make eye contact. I answer questions about the items without being asked twice. Last month at a different event I made a joke, not a long one, 4 words, situational, and it landed and Jonesy from across the room looked at me like I had done something unprecedented. Maybe I had. Pearl says I've always been funny. She says I just deliver it too dry and too quietly for most rooms to catch and I should consider raising the volume slightly. I told her I'd think about it. She gave me the look she gives me when she knows I'm not going to change something but appreciates that I acknowledge the suggestion. I raised the volume slightly. Jonesy appears at the table at 7:30. He has a plate of Pearl's cardamom cake in one hand and a small cup of something from the drink station in the other and the expression of a man who has been happily attending events like this for years and plans to continue doing so indefinitely. Good turnout, he says. Yeah. Nice space. The new side looks good. It does. He looks at the room. At Pearl across it, now talking to a woman with twins in hockey gear, crouching down to their level with the easy warmth she has with children, the same warmth she has with everyone who comes to her counter, the warmth that I used to think was her professional face until I learned the difference. It's not professional. It's just her. She is genuinely, consistently, entirely interested in the people in front of her. Every one. You called your mom this week? Jonesy says. Tuesday. How is she? Good. She asks about Pearl every call now. Directly. By name. Jonesy grins. When are they meeting? Christmas. You nervous? I look at him. I'm asking legitimately, he says. No chirp in it. I think about my mother on a Tuesday phone call, her voice at that specific pitch it goes when she's heard something that makes her happy and is working out how to say so without making a production of it. The pitch it went when I told her about Pearl 6 months ago, in pieces, over several calls, because I'm not a person who announces things in one go. She sounds like someone who knows how to be still, my mother said. That's rare. I didn't know how to explain that Pearl isn't still, exactly. She is one of the most constantly moving people I've ever watched, always working, always thinking, always reaching for the next thing that needs doing. What she knows how to do is make stillness available. For other people. She makes it available without calling attention to it, without requiring anything back for it, the way she puts the croissant on the left side of the case facing a table she knows I'll sit at. I am not nervous about Christmas. I am looking forward to Christmas in the specific, unfamiliar way of a man who has started looking forward to things again. No, I say to Jonesy. He looks at me. Really? Really? He takes a bite of his cake. He chews. He nods with the satisfaction of a man who filed a very long bet and has watched it come in over the course of a year. Good, he says. Mama Okafor finds me at 8:15. She navigates the room with her cane and the dignity of a woman who moves at whatever pace she has decided is correct and expects the world to wait, which it does. She stops at the silent auction table and looks at the items and looks at me. You're the one running this, she says. Yes. She looks at the table again. At the bid sheets, the item descriptions, the small signs I wrote out this afternoon in the clearest handwriting I have. The handwriting is good, she says. Thank you. Pearl taught you. It's not a question. She's right. Pearl spent 40 minutes one Sunday in the bakery showing me the pan angle she uses for the chalkboard and the menu cards, not because I asked, but because she saw me writing a note to the equipment manager that she described as functional but unnecessarily difficult to read and decided to fix it. She did, I say. Mama looks at me for a long moment with the same eyes Pearl has, the seeing kind, the kind that find the real answer underneath the one you gave. She has the quality of a person who arrived at complete certainty about something a long time ago and is comfortable in it. You take care of her, she says. I try. She takes care of you too. I know. She nods once. She puts her hand briefly on the table, a small, deliberate contact, the kind that means something specific between people who don't waste gestures, and she moves back toward the room. I watch her go. I have been thinking about something. Not new, this has been building for a while, the way things build in me, slowly and without announcement, taking shape in the background until one day they're simply finished and the only thing left is to act. I have been thinking about what it means to choose something. 3 years ago I chose to close everything down. I made the choice with a straight back and a clear head, and I held to it with the discipline I'd built from years of doing hard things in cold buildings. It was not a bad choice, I understood what I was protecting and I protected it. But it was a choice made entirely out of fear, which is a different thing from strength, and I've been learning to tell those two apart. What I chose in Millhaven I chose differently. Not all at once. Not cleanly. In pieces, incrementally, each piece so small it was possible to pretend it wasn't a piece at all, exact change on a counter, a corner table, a newspaper I didn't read, a paper bag through which 2 people held on. And then a turn palm. And then everything else. This is what I know about myself now that I did not know 3 years ago. I am capable of choosing violence, yes. That's true, and I've made my peace with its truth. But I am equally capable of choosing this, the warm room, the flower on the counter, the woman across it who hums when she thinks no one is listening and reads people the way I read ice and makes every difficult thing feel like something with a workable solution. Capable of choosing it and choosing it and choosing it again every morning at 7:15. I see her across the room. She's done with the twins. She's talking to the program coordinator now, and then she says something that makes him laugh and she moves on, the way she moves through every room, present with each person and then complete with them, no loose ends, no performance, just the real attention given and then the real release of it. She looks up. She finds me. Across the full width of the room, across the kids and the parents and the staff and the noise of a room full of people doing something good together, her face does the thing it does. The private one, the one that is specifically and only mine, that I have been the recipient of for a year and that I have not yet found a way to receive without feeling it somewhere specific and permanent in my chest. She crosses the room. She stops in front of the table. "How's the auction going?" she says. "Good. 3 competitive bids on the signed jersey. That's the one Jonesy got." "Yeah." He was very pleased with himself about it. He was. She looks at the table. At the bid sheets. At the handwriting. The corner of her mouth moves. "Better," she says. "You're a good teacher." She looks up at me with warm eyes and the face she keeps for real things, and she is wearing the burgundy top, the one from the first game, the one Cleo made her wear, the one I have never told her I remember because I file things I have no use for and apparently I had use for all of them. I reach into my jacket pocket. I put a small paper bag on the table between us. She looks at it. At me. "You brought me a croissant," she says. "From the bakery." This time I thought it through, I say. She opens the fold. Inside, wrapped in wax paper, slightly warm still from the oven, a croissant, her croissant, the one that takes 3 days of prep and real butter and that I asked Marcus to make this afternoon by describing it from memory and standing in the kitchen while he worked it out from what I told him, which took longer than it should have but came out right. She takes it out. She looks at it. She looks at me. "You made this," she says. "Marcus made it." I directed. "Bruno." He did most of the lamination. "Bruno." She is smiling now, the full one, the real one, both hands holding the croissant with the same care she holds things she has decided matter. "You learned to laminate. I watched you do it enough times." She laughs. It is the sound I said once I wanted to hear for the rest of my life. A year later I mean it more precisely and more certainly than I meant anything I've ever said. "It's good," I say. She takes a bite. She chews. She looks at me with the face that is specifically and only mine and she says nothing for a moment and the room moves around us and the kids run on the smooth floor and Jonesy across the room is watching with complete shamelessness and Mama is talking to someone by the window and the new sign above the door says Sugarcoat and Company and the whole year sits in this kitchen that used to smell like someone else's life and now smells like mine. "It's perfect," she says. I put my hand on the table. She puts hers over it. We stand at the silent auction table in the warm room full of people doing something good, and neither of us says anything else, and neither of us needs to. And outside on the street Millhaven is going on the way it always goes on, ordinary and alive, and in here the cardamom smell is in the walls and the lights are warm and the corner table is unoccupied for once because the person who sits there is standing here instead. Gloves off. Finally. Completely. Author's note. Dear reader, thank you for spending time with Bruno and Pearl. Gloves Off began as a story about two people who had each built armor out of completely different materials, fists and flour, violence and warmth, and what happens when someone walks in and makes you want to take it all off. Bruno's silence and Pearl's laughter were never opposites, they were two languages saying the same thing: I'm here, and I'm terrified you'll see me. If this story stayed with you, if Bruno's croissant felt like it mattered, I would be so grateful if you left a review. Reviews are how independent authors find new readers, and every single one matters more than you know. With gratitude. Arden Blackwell. Acknowledgements. Some people fight for a living. Some people bake. This book is for the ones who do both, who show up every morning and make something good with their hands, no matter what their hands have done before. To the readers who believed in an enforcer who couldn't find the words and a baker who had too many, thank you. You are the reason Bruno and Pearl's story exists beyond the page. And to every person who has ever taken off the gloves, not to fight, but to be gentle. That's the hardest thing there is. About the author. Arden Blackwell writes dark romance with sharp edges, complicated men, and characters who refuse to look away. A lifelong devotee of stories where love is neither safe nor simple, Arden Blackwell believes the best fiction lives in the space between what people say and what they mean. Gloves Off is the 12th novel in the Dark Eye series. When not writing, Arden can be found watching hockey with unnecessary emotional investment, keeping notes no one asked for, and sitting in empty press boxes long after everyone else has gone.